Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woohoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. And I come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. Standing tall, standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is. Bobby banging this bitch, man. Let's go. Yeah, we pushing the button on them. We got to. I think we have confirmation. Based off of these conversations, there's a lot of ignorance in our community. Is it willful ignorance, intentionally ignoring facts, or avoiding knowledge to evade liability or responsibility? Is it rational ignorance, a conscious decision to remain uninformed? Because the cost of obtaining knowledge outweighs the damn benefits. Oh, man. Pluralistic ignorance, a situation where a majority privately rejects a norm but falsely assumes others accept it. So they go along with it. Let me tell you what it is. First of all, the word ignorant is an adjective that describes a person in a state of being unaware or even cognitive dissidence and other cognitive relations, and can describe individuals who are unaware of important information or facts. Ignorance can appear in three different types: factual ignorance, absence of knowledge of some fact. I think that's a lot what's going on. Objective ignorance, unacquaintance with some object. Think that's it too. And technically ignorance, absence of knowledge of how to do something. Now, y'all know ignorance can have negative effects on individuals and societies, man. But can also benefit them by creating within them the desire to know more. For example, ignorance within science opens the opportunity to seek knowledge and make discoveries by asking questions. Though this can only take place if individuals possesses a curious mind. Where is it that you fit? There's one more ignorance. I call it black algae ignorance. Where your black algae pushes you in a state of ignorance. And it's perpetual. You know what they say, man? Ignorance is bliss. Boy, you're ignorant. That's the last one right there. Just boy, you're ignorant. When you done blurted out something out your mouth that you didn't even really understand, but your black algae bias made you jump out the damn window without a parachute. that's boy ignorant. Which one are you? Do you have a curious mind to check what I'm saying? Or you just gonna be boy ignorant? What you gonna do? I mean, we right here. We can all learn something from these conversations elevated. I don't know about that, Suntan. Maybe it's your ignorance on the situation that would make you think that. But you know, it's all open today. But drop the link early and often. I don't want to dominate the mic tonight. You know, I want to hear from the people, man. It's Friday, we chilling. Man, I see Black Panthers in the building. Pseudo Killer, what's going on with you, sis? I see you, man. The elder Suntan is in the building. What's good? Black Sun was the first one in the damn building. Henry is here. My man from Hawaii. How you say it? Ato? I'm going to say that. Ato? Yeah, 42 is in the damn building, man. What's going on? Raymond Bear is in the damn building. What's going on? Man, it's at the crowd just coming a little bit, man. Let's huddle up. Let's get it together. We here. Suntan funny. You know damn well. Chief X. No, he didn't. You ain't even understand the situation, bro. You know I don't even like Chief X at all. So you know. You gotta think about that. You gotta think about what spaceman that dude in. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't think about that. Ducks Wild was good. What's atheism of a black? Man, damn, you can be any color and not believe. You can be any color to go against the state-sponsored religions. But in there lies the problem. Remember I talked about in the earlier show. It takes people questioning their cultural containers of ideas. To even move the pendulum forward and get into scientific inquiry. You have to question old traditions. We talked about that, remember? I mean, you just certainly do. And if you're saying that atheism, questioning the gods, ain't a black thing, then you're actually proving my point then. We're more interested in the gods and keeping our traditions solid and respecting what the ancestors said than actually questioning what the ancestors said. Of course, people question, but was the questioning institutionalized? It's probably the real point here. I'm sure it is. And I'm sure individuals question, but not to the point where they died. I mean, that's real right there. Not to the point where they died. They did not question it to the point when they died. Where they got murdered or traced out or enslaved. That's exactly what happened to the Greek philosophers. They got murdered and chased out. They put them on trial for going against the state-sponsored religion. And that's why I started my journey at going against the state-sponsored religion. And I ran smack into Greek philosophy. I got into the Greek philosophers. I got into one of the first Greek philosophers, Thales of Malay. We talked about that earlier. And the system of inquiry that was set up at Ionia. And I measured it with the Egyptian scribal traditions. And we just had that good conversation right there, man. It's real talk. That's what my journey was. Where will your journey be? You know what I mean? Where you gonna hit? Do you walk to this joint in fear? Man, ask the question, man. I've always been very inquisitive, and then if I don't like the answer, I go find information on both sides of it. You know. And then, yeah, I'm gonna give you this one thing here, son child. Who you talking to? You're so incoherent. It's been 3 years since I've known you, man. You ain't changed a bit about nothing. It's crazy, bro. You haven't added anything to your package. Not really. You say mean things, but forget you yourself are an intelligent designer. It was definitely created by white Christian nationalists. I don't even get on you about that. I just sit back and chill. You know? I'm joking too. Relax. We all joke. Some jokes just cut harder, man. Some jokes have a grain of truth to it, don't it? It sure does. Interesting evening, man. Look, man, show some love, man. Look, hit that subscribe button, man. We need to get to 5,000 subscriptions, man. All right, that's what we need to do. Hopefully, Cedric stopped by and bless us with some knowledge. He wasn't them sad talker. Yo, he got that show on lock, man. Tap into it. I mean, tap into it. Been some great shows lately, man. I'm gonna drop the link right here, man. We getting it in. Getting it in, we getting it in, man. Hit the Cash App, man. Show some love, man. Hey, man. Let them niggas know we coming.
Protected by the Black Widow. Good juju, bad juju. Let them niggas know I'm coming. Y'all niggas summoning the demons, but I'm the demon that's coming. Good juju, bad juju. I'm God killer and I'm the one gunning. Top flight number 1. Now look, I'm standing at the junction. Good juju, where knowledge and reality function. Facts. Now see that flame done came. And now y'all bitches running. Let them niggas know I'm coming. Let them niggas know I'm coming. Y'all niggas summon the demons, but I'm the demon that's coming. I'm God killer, and I'm the one gunning. Top flight number 1. Now see that flame done came, and now y'all bitches running. All y'all life you been sitting on the benches, 2 dimensions. Cap, bitch, I avoid the trenches. I'm a home run over the fences. You say you study, that's cap. I stay with the heat, and that's a fact. Volcanoes and earthquakes, we make it shake. Wild ass niggas, you shameless. Keep talking bad, I make you famous. Good juju, bad juju. Protected by the Black Widow. Let them niggas know I'm coming. Y'all niggas summoning the demon, but I'm the demon that's coming. I'm God killer, and I'm the one gunning. Top flight number 1. Yeah. Now see that flame done came. Boom. And now y'all bitches running.
Yeah, y'all see that flame that came, and now y'all running. Ha! Man, make sure y'all go ahead and support the debates, man. It's going down, man. Is the Bible the word of God, man? April 12th. $20 donation, man. Make sure y'all be there. The link is in the description of the video, man. I got my first caller. What's going on, Elder Suntan?
Peace. What's up, Unc, baby?
Man, sitting back, enjoying the victories.
I'm gonna take care of you on the ops. A couple of days I've been off. I didn't retire, Unc, so I do. I just like I always take care of you.
Yeah, you good, bro.
I just appreciate what y'all do. That's it.
Thanks,
But
bro.
yeah, that's a fact. You got me studying the chart, the element chart. Nigga. I done found out that uranium is the powerful one on the chart. I've been going to work. You
You
know,
enjoying that? I like that discovery, yo.
yeah, uranium is a bad sucker, man. That got a lot of density to it, and once you split the molecules, it just get more powerful and powerful. That's how they make them bombs, man. From
Yeah,
that
they
uranium.
enriched uranium.
What is it? 235 and 238.
Why you reading out the numbers? You on the numbers on the chart. I see you.
I'm just saying, man, it's interesting. But I've been had to get, getting damn well, Chief X, because I like Wiki, man. Wiki is a good starting place for sources, right? It can take you to where you need to go. You can start there. But you know good and dang on well, you don't do no whole debate based on Wiki. That dude, Chief X, didn't have one other source, but you don't do that in a debate. You can do that in commentary, talking to people. So that's what really sold it for me, right?
Tabship. We call it the tabship, all the tabs.
You know what I'm talking about, man, because Wiki is beautiful to start from, it to get you where you need to be, right? Point you, it's like a direction. It points you where you need to go. If you were intelligent enough to follow it, or you want to go deeper. However, ain't no way that was a tie, man. I said, I was just waiting on you to jump on board. He beat the brakes off Chief. And you know what Chief did? He made a video, laid back on the couch, talking about, he didn't say nothing discouraging about you. He was just saying, I'm taking on any comers for anybody over there in that house of consciousness. You on the phone?
Go ahead, keep talking.
Oh, I thought you was busy. Yeah, Chief X made a video, man. He said he's taking on anybody that, believe in anybody that in the conscious community, far as Kemet, far as Egypt, all of that stuff. But the bottom line is Chief X got the brakes beat out of him, and he don't know how to concede, man. He want to keep on starting some more fights. You hear me out?
I hear you.
Now go and handle your business. I'm right here.
All right, okay, so we here, man. All right, I hear you. I'm saying I'm gonna get into the particulars of the debate.
Right.
Right, I'll get into it and show you. What I will show you is based off the title. The title of the debate was he can't accept that title right there, but he did. That's part of the negotiation to get a title that's more favorable.
Yeah, they discussed it at big time, right?
Yeah, so he shouldn't have went for that title. Chief got him with the title.
You ready for this?
Go ahead.
He set the perimeters. Chief did. Chief.
Right, that's a veteran move.
And he picked the title.
Right, that's a veteran move.
Man.
Yeah, that's been right.
I would have respected him more if he would at least have sources that was just different.
He did, man. You could go back and look at it. Put the shit in chat. Do this. Put that stuff in chat GPT.
See, look, see, there you go. I understand that. But you don't do that in a debate. Ain't nobody going to chat GPT in no debate.
That's his style. That's his style, the tabship.
And it got the brakes beat off of it. He got beat half to death.
Okay, I'm not sitting up here glorifying nothing Chief X do, yo.
I know you're not. I already know.
But I ain't never glorifying Pseudos neither. So I'm in between a rock and a damn hard place on this one, man.
Hey, okay, I'm gonna leave it like this.
Yeah, you gotta leave it like that.
I'm gonna leave it like this, and I'm done. Some more people, I'll turn over the mic.
Yeah.
Chief X brought a water gun to a gunfight.
No, he brought a water gun to a bubblegum throwing match.
And that's all I got to say, because he talked it big. You know, he talked it big. You know,
you know what? I was actually, and I seen the first round. I could clearly judge the first round. I'm gonna get the first round of Chief X. After that, I was looking at what God energy do. Then I seen the next day, right?
Right.
It wasn't accurate the way he did. It was crazy. His time period was too vast. It didn't make sense at that point. You know what I mean? Too vast.
You talk about God energy?
Yeah. Like, yo, you don't gotta do that. You know what I mean? Like that you can't put that together. That's no one. You can't go to 125,000, 300,000, the plow scene, and we talking about 700 CE, yo.
Well, you know what? Hold on, King, and then you can have it. Okay. What he did was cover the bases.
He ain't cover no damn bases. He ain't cover no bases.
Listen, he went to the haplogroup. Listen, he went to the haplogroups in order to explain his premise, huh? Just to make, cause he don't know where Chief X coming from.
Nobody does that, bro.
In my opinion, he did what he had to do.
Yeah, so you think he's supposed to go 350,000 years BCE when we talking about 700?
He was there. He was there, and he was everywhere.
But Suntan, you know why you can't do that?
It's all over the place.
It's an attempt to make everybody black, Suntan.
No, that wasn't his premise, because he explained that in his
But Suntan, let me tell you,
trying to make everything black, man.
But that was hold on, son.
You diving in, dude. I'm gonna let you go ahead. But
y'all skip my man.
I'm
actually next.
I'm done. You go ahead, Chief X. I call that Chief X. You go ahead, and King J. I'm done.
Because Suntan. Well, it's Efa's next, and you can go ahead. I don't want to jump anybody's.
No, you didn't win it over. We can't switch.
I'm good. I'm good. Peace to the panel.
Peace.
What's up, Ankh?
What's good?
You know how it is. Actually, what was the topic?
Exactly.
Was Negro or black something? Was Negro or black people?
No, it wasn't that. It was did the Moors help invade Spain? That's what was the title.
Not that the Moors helped in Spain. Were the Moors, were the Berbers, were they black? Hold on, Sunshine. I can't even finish the sentence, bro.
You adding to it.
I know the topic.
Whoa, y'all gotta relax.
Let me go get the title, man.
Immediately. Everybody calm it down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get one sentence out, Sunshine. I can't even get it out. Man, you normally don't never do that, Suntan. You acting unusual.
Because you coming bold. If you weren't coming bold, I'd be cool. I'm like, damn.
You gotta be cool. Yo, we need the people here to show. It's like
it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Go ahead, King.
So what was the topic? What was the topic? Can we just slow it down?
Pull up the topic right now, bro.
I gotta find the flyer.
I got it right here.
All right. Okay. All right. This one of them Anything Goes show. We're gonna get it in.
Oh man.
We're getting it in. But I ain't gonna spend all that time on that crazy debate. I know crazy gonna say it.
Yeah, but real quick, I did want to comment on it because I talked to the brother right afterwards, right? Mm-hmm. And from just talking to the brother, I don't see how he could have won. And this is just me being just honest, and because in a way he actually conceded to me in the conversation that hey, he said he had so listen, he's trying in the conversation I had with the brother God Energy, he tried to make the Arab Caliph Negro, and he tried to make the Berbers, North African Berbers, Negro. He made both of them. He made both of them Negro. Man. Hold on, Constantine. Let me finish before you cut me off. You can respond. He clearly said both of them was Negroid, the Bedouin and Arab tribes, and the Berber Black North African tribe. Then I explained to him, brother, the Quraysh tribe, which is the tribe of Muhammad. This Umayyad tribe is a part of that Quraysh tribe. Also, the Abyssinians are a part of this same Quraysh tribe. How can both of these be Negroid groups And then I brought up about the Mawalis, right, which are non-Arab converts. Somebody got to be an Arab. Somebody got to be an Arab. So then he goes on to say, well, I don't think that. He said, I think that the Caliph in Saudi Arabia, they were Arab, but the Umayyads who left, they were a Negroid.
No, the Umayyad was in Mecca, and there's a couple of
exactly.
Hold on, I got it right here. I just found it in my.
It didn't make sense. He's trying to make an Arab Caliph Negro.
So, can I talk now, King J? He wasn't doing that, man. He was just saying it was some mixtures in those.
What?
He was saying it was mixtures in those colony of people. He said there was admixtures. He wasn't saying everybody was.
Man.
Yes,
all he was an admix.
That's what I'm saying is he's saying they was mixed Negroid and the Berbers.
Okay.
He was just saying they was mixed, and he used the haplogroups to prove it.
No, he made up something. Nobody knows.
And then even hold on, Suntan. Even in knowing the culture, hold on, brother. Culture.
I'm talking to my man. I ain't talking to you, man.
But hold on, I'm trying to address what you're saying, Suntan. You just seem like an old drum.
Everybody freeze.
What was the title?
I just put it in the chat, man.
No,
the title was in
the chat. Can you explain the title?
The title of the debate was whether Moors black/Negroid.
Well,
I just put the title in the debate, man.
That's just dumb. Here you go, right here. That was dumb.
What was the title of the debate?
Yeah.
That's what made them lose.
We are still debating this.
No, he changed that
title.
No,
we just having a discussion.
No, we not. But that was the debate.
No. I'm talking about in particular the debate itself.
The title.
Not us here. Yeah, that title.
Because it's crazy. Were the Moors who conquered Spain black or Negroid? Like, that's crazy. The brother Guy Energy tried to make it like because the Arab Caliph had black Negroid soldiers in their army that was a Negroid movement. And that's crazy, brother. That's the father. Hold on, brother. He made the whole expansion. Hold on, brother. He made the whole expansion of. He made the brother. I'm trying to speak every time I cut me off, brother.
Go ahead.
You can be next.
Floor, brother.
The brother tried to make the whole Muslim expansion into West Africa a Negroid movement.
All right, I would like to stop right here.
Thanks.
Make a clear point there. If you look at the Arab expansion, right? When you say Negroid, that's like a word for sub-Saharan African, because that's exactly what the Europeans said. They didn't call the Africans in Northeast. They didn't call them Negroes. They called people below the Sahara Negroes, right? So that debate title was wild because it put you in a position. But let's talk about the West Africans' involvement in that early expansion. They just wasn't there in high numbers. That's the truth. Right? It was Berbers. It was indigenous African Berber tribes. They made up the army.
Can I ask you a question,
No, let me finish.
Let them finish. That's the problem.
They made up the army, yo. Right? It was the Berber army because the Arabs had conquered them. Right? And they conquered that area and they put them in their army. They were the ones that went across that peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Arabs come in, right? The leadership, right? And that's how it went. Now through time, in that time period when the wars was in Spain, you had Negroes came in, you had Negro scholars came in. I'm gonna use the word Negro so y'all can kind of get it. Let me just say West Africans, right? You had West Africans came in, you had some West African gold and traders. Now, why is this so? Because the trading routes wasn't quite open yet when they first went. You got to have a trading route that's leading from West Africa to North Africa, right? The trading routes wasn't bubbling yet. So it wasn't a lot of people. That's cool. That's okay. We don't got to lie about it. They're still African. So why split hairs? Why they got to be West Africans? North Africans, West African? That's the part to get me. It's crazy work. Right? It's crazy.
Not only was it crazy, they just like totally dismiss the 731 Berber revolt. The whole purpose of the Berber revolt was that the Mawalis, right, which were the non-Berber, non-Arab converts that were in the actual army, Tariq Abian's army. Tariq Abian was a Berber himself, but that doesn't mean that he was a that was the identity of the whole movement. It still was an Arab Umayyad Caliph movement. Those Berbers that were under the Caliph, those Umayyad Caliphs, were treated as second-class citizens within their society. After they conquered North Africa and made their way into the Iberian Peninsula, they were given the worst land, right? While the Arabs were given the best land. While that whole army, the Arab, they were made to walk. They made them walk while the Arab elite rode the horses, brother. So that's how they was treated. In the 731, they had a revolt. It's called the Berber Revolt of 731.
So I'm saying, what is the purpose of the title? I'm sorry if I cut anybody off.
Ain't no purpose. You just make a title to put your opponent in a fix. The debate start with the title. That's how it goes.
Okay, I get it. Mm-hmm. But like, I don't understand. Like we're gonna tweak history towards what we're gonna change the narrative of history, in a sense, and change it to what we think it is, according to an ideology that we embrace. Is that what we're doing?
They're doing the same thing you're doing. They're doing the same thing you're doing.
No, hold up. Okay. And I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that jab on. No, it's cool. I'm gonna take that jab. I'm gonna take that jab. Now let's bring the conversation closer in and find out your analogy, if it's correct on what I'm talking about, or is it something that you interjected in?
I'm not interjecting.
Or you assume that I said. So go ahead. Elaborate.
I'm saying you're saying people changing history to fit their narrative.
Okay, what I'm saying is how is that analogous to what I've been talking about?
Because you've been trying to make people have something that they weren't even concerned about having.
Oh, hot topic.
They had their own wisdom knowledge systems, which was and the shit was so powerful and serious. We don't know it because we don't really study. We don't study African culture for real. They be playing, yo. What we end up having is African American ancient history. We don't actually have.
No. See, now you've moved the goalposts again. Let me say something. See, let me and engage just for like 3.5 more minutes, if possible.
You got it.
All right.
Hey, Suntan, seriously though, you 100 though. Suntan, you 100 though. You know your style, bro. You goes in. Yes, see, you're like me. All right. We study on our own. We evaluate things, and we're critical thinkers. All right. No. Hold. I'm giving the brother. See.
You wasting your time.
It's cut me off show. It ain't pseudo killers. It's the cut me off show. Can I say something?
Yeah, just don't waste your time. Go ahead.
Oh wow, really, bro?
Mm-hmm. Gotta be
let other people rock out for like 8 minutes.
Go ahead, go for it. Go engage with
but you notice the trend. I gets cut off constantly. Let me speak at least a half a minute.
Yeah, let Unc know what you're talking about.
He can't because he's talking, and that's why he can't understand.
Flow, bro. He ain't said a word. Go ahead, get him. Get him. Get on.
He could have finished his point all that time he was talking. You know, he could have finished his point a long time ago.
He cool, man. Go ahead, bro.
Come on, Ethan. What you doing?
Well, since he's not talking, let me jump in there.
No, I'm gonna talk. Bro,
he was giving you a chance to talk, and you wasn't making your point.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get on mute again. See, I went through this yesterday. I can't say nothing. I'm trying to explain so Unc can understand where I'm coming from, because he's misrepresenting where I'm coming from, and I'm trying to address that so everyone can get their idea of what I'm saying, not just what Unc is saying, because we're critical thinkers here. We're skeptics. I like to believe we're that. So how can we be skeptics if we're not listening to what someone's trying to say.
But it's
Mr.
taking you so
Interrupter.
long to get to the dang on point.
And why I couldn't get there when other people were interceding. Come on, y'all. Come on. Let's stop the peanut gallery stuff. Let me talk.
Giving you a chance to talk, and you're not
Okay,
making
no,
your
I
point.
didn't. Is it Ankh show or YouTube? Listen, is it Ankh show?
But you could
Are
have
you
made
going to
your
make
point.
your point, bro?
No, I'm not talking to you.
But
I'm
you
not
could have
talking
made your
to
point
you.
a long time ago.
Yo, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking
You're
to
talking
Ankh.
us
Why
to
are
death.
you
We hear
talking?
you talk us to death, playing the victim.
Okay,
Other
then
people
shut up.
want to talk. Other people want to talk,
You
bro.
don't have a point to
Make your point.
You don't be the
Okay.
victim.
Other people want to talk,
You
but
don't
they
want
were
to hear
talking
that.
before I was
All right,
talking.
let's reel in. Hey, Ifa,
Come on, let me go in. Dang.
We letting you go in, but you're going in with the wrong thing.
But why are you talking right now,
Everybody
yo?
Everybody
Why are you talking right now?
Everybody got stopped.
Why are you
we're
talking?
Gonna move on. Hold on, Ifa.
Because you're
right here.
jabbering.
No,
You
come on, man.
your
Stop.
point. You could have made your point.
As much as you jibber jabber, Mr. Francis, I
You
know.
made this point 2 minutes ago, and let somebody else go.
Let him go.
It doesn't matter. You don't run the format. You don't run the platform.
Hey, everybody freeze. Come on, yo. Pick up the grands in the building, man. All right, go ahead, Ifa. What's your question? Go ahead, bro.
Man, I done forgot, man, messing around with all this stuff. It's crazy. Because I was diving in and all these little people kept going in. So what I'm saying, I think basically what I was saying was why are we having this conversation when we know that the way that we conduct ourselves socially right now, it wasn't the same in the past. So to bring something, when you look at Noble Drew Ali, that was a move that he was trying to do following Marcus Garvey, but he put religion in it. So therefore, a lot of other entities that was running politically and running in the States and the United States couldn't bother him because it would be considered a religious institution. This is why he said, okay, if I consider it like this, I can talk black nationalism and not be bothered. Because back then, we're not talking about now. You can say what you want to now. But back then, you couldn't talk like that. Okay. See, it's getting all confusing. So then he tried his tactic. Was not the past. He probably was in certain Masonic halls.
You kind of getting off the topic now. I want you to bring it back a little bit. Bring it back a little bit.
Wait a minute. This is why people are distorting the historical name of being a Moor.
Okay, because they're not contextualizing history correctly. I agree with that, and so it's needed. So for instance, just like Suntan's on the panel, right? And he said that the brother God Energy won that debate, and there's no way just upon you asked the question, right? And you said, why are we still debating this topic? It's absurd. But it's not, because we got to weed them out, the pseudos out, because somebody like Santan listened to the whole presentation and thought that he won. So we got to
over here, man.
You got to weed out the pseudoism.
So what is a pseudo? Let's break it down. Look, we're gonna break it down tonight. It ain't gonna be no
pseudoism in this instance is when the brother is using the word black anachronistically, trying to apply it to a people of antiquity that it didn't apply to. That's for one. It shouldn't even be a conversation being applied, because you can't. Hold on, because you can't say that the Umayyad. You can't. Hold on, I'm talking, Suntan.
I don't care, man.
Well, go ahead, I'll mute out then.
Man,
mute out, because
you talk none of that mess all week. You get over here and try to put on a diatribe. Why weren't you talking that at the debate and after the debate? I don't even think you saw the debate.
This thing with pseudo gotta stop. Okay, cool. Just saying pseudo it's a prefix. First of all, find out what information is pseudo that these people using. Are they using pseudo historian? Or are they using pseudo science?
They're using blackology, like the brother
said. Listen to what I'm saying. You'll understand better. Listen with your ears, not with your mouth.
We hear you.
We can't. No, hold on. Hey, hold on. Hold on. Everybody stop. Look, this is a gentleman's show.
Yes, sir.
I'm definitely working towards making sure it's a gentleman's show. We want to be heard. How you doing, Grant? What's on your mind, brother?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. I noticed you guys are talking about debate, so I don't know much about the debate. So I came up to talk about the effects of ignorance.
Let's do that
on the community.
Right. Let's do that.
And I think one of the things I've noticed, at least in my time within this community recently, is I think everyone is attempting to understand some very difficult things. Correct. Both. Right. How do African Americans or Black Americans fit within the context of being scientific, the sort of our history of being from the continent of Africa, and to the extent how much of the advancements that happened on the continent were both distorted and to some extent hidden. And in some ways, we're trying to unpack what were years of disinformation, but then I think also we're packing on a lot of our own mythology onto this disinformation. Mm-hmm. And I think part of the ignorance that comes out of that is I think people are genuinely trying to understand the world. They're trying to understand something, but may not have the sort of methodology to sort of think through these questions to some extent. Mm-hmm. And I do think there is a room to help people understand how to sort of box in an idea. Let's take, I think King Jay was talking about it. Why are we setting up one group of people as being Black in some historical context when that may not have been how they were described at that period in time?
That's correct.
Often we need to be able to say, well, within this particular time frame, you would then categorize them a certain way, and you would have to argue whether or not you want them to be categorized that way, because all the other debates or all the other conversations beyond that become very difficult. You just begin to shout back and forth on top of each other because the core argument has never been solved. If none of us can agree that this particular correct cohort of individuals are Black or not Black or Moors or kind of Moor, all the other conversations just become convoluted to some extent. And so for all of us on this panel, I would say we probably should do a better job of sort of defining things and then sticking to these definitions so we can have continuity.
Exactly.
Because what, at least from my experience, and again, I'm not trying to be sort of mean-spirited. I think often I show up to these and I see a lot of the sort of repeating of things that may have previously been, to my extent, seem to have been solved, but then we sort of revert back to prior nomenclature that may not have been descriptive enough. And I think that's making it hard to sort of unpack some of the ignorance, in my estimation.
I agree. I think he summed it up.
Correct. Okay, so Aoife, come off mute. Aoife be stuck. Hand be stuck. Can't. Come on, Aoife. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead, Francis.
So let me, in the context of the debate, let me pose several questions. And right, we use this example, right? We use the word like more. More has a original meaning, right?
Do you understand what the original meaning was?
The original meaning means Black.
No, damn.
Can I finish before you tell me no? But we also understand that later on, it included people who were not Black. It included pale Arab Muslims as well. But the original term did mean Black.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Can I finish?
You can't cut. Evie, I cut in with a good joke.
Can I finish my point though?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
More didn't mean black.
That's what. Hold on, Evie. Let me let the crowd know about you.
No, let me finish my point.
Hold on, everybody, stop for a minute. Everybody, stop. Evie can't take nobody cut him off, but he's a cut off artist. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm following Cedric. I'm following Cedric.
Hold on. I'm not finished my point.
Oh, he ain't even on the panel. Go ahead.
When you use a word like Berber, that's not an indigenous North African word. It means barbarian. It's an insult.
What?
So the indigenous people don't call themselves Berbers.
Come on.
That's an Arab/Greek or Latin.
Amazigh. Go ahead.
That's what it means.
Okay, we well versed.
An Arab does not have any color to it. It is a lifestyle. It has no color to it. The word Arab doesn't have a color to it.
All right, go ahead.
People people tend to deal with these pale people as the only Arabs. They're black people in these countries that describe themselves as Arab. That's a fact. But there's no color to it. It means people who move all the time. It has no color.
Out of the beard, too wrong.
Yes. So there's no color to that particular word.
No, everybody said that. Who said that?
There is no color content to the word.
But you did it. You did it. You the first one came up here. The word won't be black. You the main one that did it.
And Berber does not mean black either. Berber means
hold on. Do you realize what you did though? You said the word more meant black. I was like, no.
Yeah, I said that.
Right, but then you turn right around and say the more, then don't got nothing to do. Come on, you'll make your mind.
More means black. Yes. Berber, and none of those terms, more or Berber, are not indigenous terms.
You made that up because it's pale Moors.
They're not indigenous terms.
So let me say this for a moment. The Moor was applied by the Romans to people from Mauritania, bro. Then later on, it picked up a religious connotation. It was trying to separate the Muslims from the Christians, so they called the Muslims Moors. Then later on, it had color connotations to it.
No, sir.
Now, I'm not here.
And they started calling them blackamoors.
It's out of nowhere.
Look up the word more and see what it says.
Oh my God!
No, man, I ain't looking up nothing today.
Jose,
look up the word and see what it says, but don't say black.
Were the pale Moors black?
The word more means
more. I know. So were the pale Moors, were they black?
I swear, y'all gotta go 2 more minutes.
I'm saying. Did you hear what I said? I said the word means black. And
I heard what you said. And I asked you a question. Are the Moors that are pale black?
You've been intellectual.
I said the term later on was applied to other people. That's what I said.
So
listening.
So y'all see the map.
I'm listening, but you're arguing. You didn't listen.
So y'all see the map, right? That's a skin map.
That's
a skin map right there. Y'all see it. Y'all know where Arabia is, right? Y'all can see where Arabia is, right? So them people came from Arabia, yo. So they ranged in skin color. Someone was dark, someone was brown, light brown. Simple as that, bro. Ain't no fighting that. We don't argue that. We don't dispute no scientific data. Because ain't none of y'all doing the data. So we knock it off. I can't listen to you at this point because then
you did
listen. Fight through your ignorance. Come on, bro. Let's go.
You listened to what I said because you responded to what I said. He didn't hear what I said.
So
I told him the term was expanded to people who were not black.
You sure got more time than me.
Made it up. No,
you sure got more time than me to talk.
All right, so we're gonna keep it coherent. Let's move the conversation forward. We know what the hell we want to talk about. We want to talk about science and culture and all that right now. So, Aoife, what are you talking about? Remember I said, yo, you continue to place things on human beings that wouldn't have understood nothing you were saying. Did you make the ancient people African Americans routinely? You make them have things that they never had. You make them white, and it's egregious. Let them people have knowledge and wisdom that they stood on to the point where they raised high civilizations and high culture, bro. So just for the record, it is duly noted in academia, okay? We talking about up-to-date academia. Don't play with me in the 50s when white people was wild with the history. Scientific racism, we ain't talking about them time periods. We talking about now today. Now today, we clearly recognize people for their own wisdom, knowledge systems. And we give credit to it. I'm telling you now, we fighting a war that ain't even raging. Right. It's the wildest thing ever. It's like y'all behind. It's like when I used to do y'all like this. John Jackson, go ahead and read Dr. Ben. The shit was outdated when I gave it to you. I apologize. I gave you outdated work. When I started 20 years ago, I was killing y'all with the outdated work. I should have started off with these works are outdated. Right? I gave too much to the tradition, too much credence to the authority. This fits right now conversation. You got to eliminate authority to move forward to get to the thing that you think you understand about science. The authority has to go. There can be no authority. Nature has to be the authority, not the gods, not the human beings, philosophy, but the acts of data that you have produced from the study. Okay? I'm on some real stuff. I'm just making my point. I wanted to make my point there.
Your point is just
respect ancient people. Respect ancient people. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, okay.
White people ain't doing nothing because I read it from white people, so they ain't doing what you thought they doing back in the 1700s.
It's not that. What people are saying, you're missing it because you're talking so intensely. Listen to what I'm saying. You're missing it because
I'm missing
it. If you allow me to speak, I can elaborate on what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you say Eurocentric thought form, you're going to look through those lens of how to look at the past versus being totally objective looking at the past. Do you understand? Because Eurocentralism is an ideology and it has influenced us. Do you understand that? So to totally say, okay, that didn't happen because science here, you're using science as not a tool to explain natural phenomena, but you're going into a sector that science really shouldn't be dealing with. Well, what you're talking about as far as racism. Listen.
Yeah, because you didn't make sense. You didn't make sense, brother, because you're talking about contextualizing history, right? Hold on. Because you're talking about contextual. Hold on. Let me say what I got to say without everybody jumping on me.
Hold on, but when I interject,
you're talking about. Hold on, because you're talking about contextualizing history from unbiased viewpoints, but you can't do that at the same. Hold on, you can't do that. And hold on.
No, hold on.
Because you can't do. Hold on, brother.
Science as
Why did you let him finish?
I'm not talking about science, brother.
He didn't. He cut me off. What I'm talking about science. So if you listen to what I'm saying, you will understand. But you got to run your mouth. And this is why we have so much confusion.
All right, come on, go ahead.
So I'm simply saying, when you're looking at social, political situation, if you use just science, then you're going in, you're using a category, you're doing a category fallacy.
Okay,
because it doesn't belong there. Listen, we got a president right now that isn't going by scientific literacy.
Oh, okay.
You can't use that. It's got a lot to do with the conversation because listen, all right, look, what did you say, what did you say?
I said,
bring it back.
I said African Americans are disrespecting ancient cultures by giving them something that they just did not have. We are disrespecting the fact that they was able to reach high levels of mathematics, high levels of engineering, and high levels of proto science. Let me put that word in there, but they just didn't have science.
No, they had science. It's just that you're looking at it from a Eurocentric point of view. This ties into what I'm saying.
No, okay,
and I'm gonna tell you why.
Listen. The very word itself would be steeped in Europe. Right? So that's Eurocentric. So then why don't you get off that term and talk about what they did have? See, we can both play the game that way. You're right. You beat me down to your level. So now I want to play the game on your level. Get off the white boy word.
About geographical locations when it was.
Hey, get off the Latin word.
When it was synthesized, it was in what location?
Listen to what I'm saying.
What location was it synthesized?
Listen to what I'm saying. Don't switch now.
Say Europe. No, it ain't twisting off. You just fighting something.
Aoife, you said Eurocentralism. I say bet. Let's get off the daggone Latin word then. Black people ain't Latin. African people ain't Latin. So let's get off of that and back to what I said. Well, let's talk about
playing word semantics now.
I'm playing
word semantics. Because look, things, definitions, and terms, we're talking about etymology. It evolves. So when we retrospectively look at things, we use the terms that we talk today, bro. Stop playing.
Come on, man.
Actually, I would.
You keep doing it, yo. You doing it, David.
He's just arguing because he want to argue. He wants to use certain parts of science and certain parts of white history and white information.
When know what you're talking about,
but when it doesn't, he don't want to argue. He don't want to accept it.
Grant, you gonna say something? You cut in, though. You cut in. Come on, Grant. Go ahead. And then
I mean, I think we do use. We actually try not to use our modern understanding. Correct. We we attempt to assign some sort of definition that we can all agree upon, because it helps define an era. It helps provide clarity, especially in places like antiquity. And sure, we do use some language that are sort of modern language, because most people don't know, older styles of language or constructs. But in a moment where we're actually talking about some period in time, it's important to be precise. The precision of talking about things like history or science, if you're just sort of using your own understanding or how you perceive something, and another person is using their own understanding and how they perceive something, it's very hard to have a scientific conversation. And so, in essence, there are ways in which we define certain things. That way, we're both having a conversation. One of the reasons why Latin persists in, let's say, in law, is because it is a fixed language that you will always know that word means what it means, because it is not transitioning. And so, it is important that we do use those words. And I don't think it's a good argument to say that because you perceive or your understanding of the world is only through a narrow band of how you see modern world, that you should be mapping it onto another period in time that has definitions. That I would just disagree with.
Yeah, that's the fallacy right there.
That's not what I did. That's not what I.
Ethan, let me bring you, Kenny. I just want you next. Let me bring just a source to it. Just the etymology online dictionary. And I don't even want to read none of that. I don't want to read none of this. Right? I just want to stop. I want to go to pi. Proto-Indo-European root. Here you go. So it has Proto-Indo-European roots, man. Right? Point blank. And then you see the Greek and all that. So let's just knock Old English, Gothic. Let's just knock it off, yo. You don't see no indigenous African nowhere. So the very use of the word, right, is not. If you're trying to be serious as you is, stop applying that back to them. Let's talk about what they did do, right? That we can follow the mandate of actually understanding and learning our history. But we don't gotta keep using. We don't gotta do it because they had their own systems. We don't actually have to do it.
What you did.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk for a whole half hour.
But what is my show? But it's my show.
I understand
so
that.
Relax yourself.
But
I'm in the middle of a damn point. I will when I feel like it. Relax. I'm making a perfect point. You can't stop me in the middle of a perfect point. The point is, and I have not forgotten, is that they created great civilizations based off what they did have. Y'all acting like they just stood around and looked at people. You act like they built great monuments. They produced high-level pottery, metallurgy, farming. Like, what are we talking about? These are the essence, right, of civilization. Come on, bro. Like, we can't play this game like that. The issue is y'all don't understand and y'all feel inferior. Y'all feel like y'all came from an inferior place, so thus you got to look back at it and put some modern things on it. I'm saying I ain't willing to do that. And I'm saying y'all can't get past what I'm saying.
But why you putting words in people's mouths that
you cut off? Go ahead, Sabio. Go ahead, Sabio. You is keep saying it. You keep using the Latin word.
I'm not saying I feel inferior.
You keep using the Latin word. Stop using the Latin word. Knock it off.
It doesn't matter.
It do matter because you keep using it. You hold on. You made me fight this way. You brought me to your level. Yo, you made me go to your level. You said, why the white people you trying to Europeanize? No, you trying to Europeanize people.
That. I didn't say
that. Go ahead, Sabi.
Wow. What's up? What's up? What's up, Seth?
And then we're going to flip back to Ifa again. Let him be thinking about what you want to say, Ifa. Go ahead.
So what's interesting is it's all right to use white information when it says the things that they wanted to say, but when it doesn't, it's Eurocentrism. We're misusing it. We're wrong. They're wrong, and things like that. It seems like whenever we want to keep the conversation factual, it's a lot of people that just want to be anti-factual, not anti-historical. It's just anti-factual at this point. We know more doesn't mean black. We know the word has something to do with Christians and things like that. just insane the things that people are saying because they don't know history and they just want to force a word into a whole continent because they wanted to give Africa more than it actually was. Like Ankh said, let's give those people that led to civilization, Napa Playa, the Nubians, all those, let's give them the credit that they deserve. And stop trying to make them scientific and black.
Go ahead,
What game are we playing?
I don't know what game we playing. Go ahead, Ethan.
It's not a game. So when we look in the past, we can't apply the word science. So when we look at law, we look at Mesopotamia being the beginning of the law. So if we can say law started, they didn't have the word law. We're playing word semantics. When we look back, we can say, hey, okay, they did have a certain law in Mesopotamia that was the catalyst of starting law. Now, I don't want to jump too far and sound like I'm crazy because I know what I'm going to say. Oh, man.
Hey, you know what? You just body slammed yourself.
I know what you're going to say.
You know, you just body slammed yourself.
No,
I'm going to
man,
tell you
when you be quiet, bro. When you be quiet,
man, come on,
what I go
through.
every time I get on here.
Ethan, stop explaining
Every time I get on here, somebody say something.
Ethan, you like an old man at this point.
He ran. It ain't a ran. I can't say nothing. I can't even get 5 minutes.
Ethan, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Ethan. Put some damn headphones on or something. I stopped him from talking, yo. You don't need 20 seconds to explain how he cut you off. Just keep talking. Go ahead, bro. Like it's like you're an old man or something. You make me feel like I'm 100 years. Would you make me feel like I'm 100 years old? Like I'm saying, can this nigga hit? Come on, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm talking too loud. Is that what it is?
It's not that. You laugh like you need a hearing aid. Like you don't. Yeah, the man stopped talking and you still, oh my God. Then you go for 21 seconds.
I have to
you forget your idea.
I can't, just like you talking now.
Don't lose your chain of thought, bro.
Every time you turn around, somebody's interjecting.
Let me help you out. Everybody stop. Aoife, I'm gonna help you out here. Aoife, let me help you out.
Dang, man.
I'm gonna help you out, Aoife. Hold on, Aoife.
Don't help me out. Just bombard me with a whole lot of
I'm be serious with you. I'm be serious with you. I'm be serious with you, yo. You ain't ready for me in a one-on-one conversation. Your communication skills are normal. You're not ready.
Is that what you think it is?
No, I'm saying you don't even know how to articulate what you're trying to say. Yo, we don't even know what you're saying, though. When you're not interrupted, we don't know what you're saying. So I'm going to shut up. Everybody mute now. Explain to us about this science in ancient time. You got the floor, yo, and I'm not going to cut you off. And watch how you're going to be incoherent as hell. Watch. Go ahead, Aoife. No interruption. Don't nobody come off the mic. Explain to us why everything we talking about is wrong. Now, I ain't talking about the Moors. This whole conversation that we're really trying to get in. Go ahead, Aoife. You got the floor. I'm not cutting you off, bro. Watch how you be incoherent. We're not going to understand. No, you saying. Go.
Watch how I say it real quickly because they use.
No, take your time.
Science.
Go.
No, I'm going to do it quick because they use applied science. Okay, so if we use the word science, we shouldn't use it because from a modernist perspective, we're supposed to say that science started in the 17th century. But if we look back, we're looking through the lens of what? What guidelines? We say, okay, the scientific method. But we got the Edwin Papyrus explaining how they meticulously did things. So what you'll say is on the other side, they had spells and all this stuff. So, okay, we'd be dismissive to say they had the scientific method. So who is determining what is science and what isn't? I thought the word science came from the word sire, meaning to know, right? They didn't know what we know now. We'll never say that. They didn't practice modern science. We never said that. But they had a form of science. So what you do is the deductive type reasoning and say that, oh, it was just technology. At one point, it was technology and human behavior. It's not about skin color. It's about the geographical location of human beings in general. and it happened to be at a certain geographical location. I'm finished.
I agree.
I don't know what the hell you just said, yo.
No, you just don't want to.
I don't know what you.
I know what he said.
You play them games,
I don't know what the hell you just. I don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, you knew what I'm talking about. I'm a mute.
Explain it again. Yeah, I bet you can't explain that again. Go ahead.
I don't know what he was talking about neither.
What the hell did you say?
And then he ended it with it was at a geographical location. Who the hell was at a geographical location?
Well, if we're talking about Africa, is that a geographical location?
I understand what you're talking about, man.
Go ahead and explain.
So if I say a geographical location and they happen to be dark skinned, am I identify them as being black in America? No, I'm talking about human beings. Period. But what happened in that location indicated that they were scientifically literate at some point. But to say that I didn't say, okay, science wasn't there, they didn't even say the word science, that's semantics, bro. We've been arguing for over a month behind this.
Can I ask you a question?
They had natural philosophy.
You can't ask no question. We gotta get
They had mathematics. What? They had mathematics.
I said they had natural. They had natural philosophy.
Okay, and what? Who called it natural philosophy? I'll wait.
Man, I don't want to get into that, man.
No, let's get into that.
It's too subjective.
See, I know why you don't want to get into that.
I'm trying to clown the man, and he making sense. Back then, science wasn't called modern science because it was too known. That's all I'm saying.
He said that made sense to him.
Yeah, it did. And King J, you the biggest clown on this panel.
We're not calling names.
I had to get King J because he's playing double. Yeah, I can't believe it. King J playing double shooting.
That's all he's doing.
I'm playing double shoot, and it's the how am I playing double shoot when it's the whole topic of my debate conversation, Suntan. This is my whole stand.
All right, hey, y'all want y'all to know we have people listening to the show.
Yeah, so I'm cool, man. I just
so what?
Hold on.
Open forum. You said it's open forum.
Yeah, it's open forum, but it ain't. It's not open disrespect. Now
did I call somebody?
I'm feeling a little motherfucking disrespect here. So what I'm saying is respect me. I'm saying, but you disrespecting me. Come on, dog. You know we ain't raised like that, yo. No, I'm not interjecting anything.
And you're being dismissive of everything I say.
All right, yo, I'm gonna hit that button.
That's what we doing. That's what you're doing.
I'm saying because I think you can't handle the conversation. I think you want to run anything.
I can.
So I'm saying I teach you, King J, and everybody. So listen.
So respect.
All right, hold on, bro. No, I'm saying it's my show. I'm saying
it doesn't matter if you're
this don't gotta do
it. Okay, be cool, man.
All right, now we not. Nah, he too slick for no reason. Now, Ifa, you in the back, don't run. Calm it down, bro. Keep level head and get beat up.
In the back.
Well, I put Savior in the back.
Yeah, you put Savior in the back.
You earned that, Savior, because you jumped in and got him started again.
Yeah, let's just be cool, man. And I apologize to King J and to the panel.
Keep it cool.
I know, me and King J, we family, but I had to beat him upside the head sometimes.
That's cool. But I want you to know, Ifa, if Elder Suntan agree with you, he halfway wild. So you're in trouble. You gotta fix that.
If they agree with you, you can't slip me like that. Ifa making sense to me, man.
Right. That's a canary. He'll canary Ifa. If what you saying is making sense to Suntan.
Yeah, it's making sense.
You're in trouble.
Hey, look here, let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. He made it specific. He made a point of saying that it wasn't modern science when he went back into antiquity, and I liked it that. So that makes sense to me because they wasn't doing modern science back in antiquity. You understand? Now, is that wild?
Yeah, it's wild.
How is that wild when you sit and argue the fact?
It wasn't a conversation. It never was a conversation. I don't
No,
know.
but
Y'all
he
dope
changed
did
it to
it.
that
still put it out
conversation.
there.
It's
You
called
did
Don't
it,
vocal
bro.
clown
rebellion.
the man for putting it.
Bro,
For
you
saying
did it.
what it
I
is.
know I didn't do nothing. Y'all did it. I didn't do nothing. I
didn't
know what the hell
No,
I was talking
you
about.
said that
No, I
ancient
didn't.
people
No, I
did
didn't.
not practice modern science. That wasn't the argument.
No, I
I
ain't
said
have.
they had science. So what you're saying is you only can say science
Nah,
because it's modern. I know what you're
no,
doing. You're playing.
no,
You're David Copperfield. You're real
no,
good. You
no,
slick with it.
no.
Applied
Listen
natural
now.
philosophy.
How you gonna apply something that ain't even there to apply? Sounds crazy, yo. I'm applying applied science. How you gonna have applied science
It don't make
without
sense.
science? Yeah. How do you apply science? Did you claim they don't got it? They don't got modern science. Well, how they applying it? Then what the hell is they applying?
It
We
don't
can
make
we
sense.
can we can destroy this whole argument. Let's
Can't.
pull up Chat
I'm confused.
GPT, the one you paid
I don't feel
for,
like it.
because
That's
you
why you
said the one you
confused.
paid for.
No, here
No,
go. Look,
hold up,
Aoife,
bro.
take a
I'm
look at
not
it.
talking to you.
Aoife, take a look at the screen. Simple.
I can't stand when interrupters come in
It's cool.
and I'm
Look,
talking to
I know, but Aoife, look, this ain't a personal show where you can just talk to me. Everybody get a chance to get the
It's
flow in.
not that point, bro. It's how they do it.
Okay, cool. Listen,
Global
we all mess
capitalism,
up. We all learn how to communicate better.
modern science.
So listen, this is the demonstration I did, right? Right? Now you claim, okay, we ain't talking about modern science. But I was always taught, look, I said the global timeline from indigenous knowledge to modern science. So I'm the one talking about indigenous knowledge to science. Now, if I don't know, if you don't understand the English language, to science.
To
So
modern science.
You didn't even say science at one time. Now you're saying indigenous science. And I said indigenous science before. You called
No, he
it
said
proto.
indigenous
Stop
knowledge.
playing. I'm not
Come on,
talking to you, bro.
King J, man, you something else. Hey,
It's
look, bro,
indigenous
I'm
knowledge.
Hey, Jay, everybody be quiet.
all right.
Aoife, you in the back, calm down. So look, that's all I did, yo. I showed you how did we get you modern science. So if you dive out the window and say they didn't have modern science, no shit, because I'm telling you they didn't right here. Because you have to, it's a cumulative development of scientific thought across civilizations to get you what? Modern science. I'm talking about indigenous and modern science. Now, how do we bridge that gap? It's what I was doing. Reggie, the polymath, the one who don't understand STEM, dove in the middle of that and confused the whole conversation. It wasn't me. King J did a great job with the damn debate, right? I never was saying what y'all was saying. I was always getting y'all to modern science. Key word here, T-O. Most y'all probably don't even know what that means. Remember the title of the show, Ignorance. And I did the timeline, the evolution of scientific thought. First, you got to have a thought in the abstract to start to move forward and produce something that has to accumulate. What does accumulate mean? Over damn time.
Jim Jones, can I say something?
So you can't have science with indigenous knowledge. Why? Because it has not accumulated. But you have to have
no. There was a proto
Man,
period. There was a proto period before that.
Bro. Now, I swear to God, yo, and I don't even believe in God. If you cut me off, I'm putting you off this episode, dog, on purpose.
Wow, you gonna do that?
And I'm gonna get slick with it. I'm gonna blast you.
Okay.
Yeah, because you messing up the show. No, because I'm to the point where I'm about to cuss your motherfucking ass out. And I'm telling you that. So what I'm saying is be quiet.
That's the proper way to show scientific.
5, 4, 3.
Don't do that, bro. Let me get in. Let me get it.
Let me finish this though. Why I gotta fight to do this?
Okay.
I shouldn't have to fight to do this. Let me finish my thought coherently, which he couldn't do.
But I can't. No, I did it. That's your.
So we right here. All right. I was simply showing you indigenous knowledge, and I gave you dates. 3000 BCE. Anybody that think they study black algae, what the hell you think you studying, should know this is the time period of Sumer and Egypt. These are considered the first civilization. So I push it to first civilization. That's a long damn time period, right? Right? And I talk about what indigenous knowledge had. It's right here, yo. It's not hard. They had agriculture, calendars across diverse culture, astronomical observation, and knowledge, yo. So you can't be thinking that farming was science at this point. The polymath Dr. Reggie do though, but you couldn't have thought that. You couldn't have thought that agriculture was science based off what I said. You couldn't have thought it. And I simply clicked the button and I went here. Then I hit you with the proto-scientific traditions. 3000 BCE to 500 CE. If you can count, you know the Greek period fit in here. So I didn't even say they had science. No need to get all wild and crazy. I said the emergence of structured diagnosis, astronomical predictions, and rational explanations in early civilizations, yo. It's chronology we talking about here. This is what I was always talking about. Nothing else. Then I say classical scientific expansion, yo. 500 to 1500 CE. Look, the Islamic Golden Age.
Still ain't
You should start
science.
looking up terms. Still ain't science.
You're using chronology snobbery.
No, man, let me finish. Okay, yo. I almost called you something, bro. Because you're supposed to just respect me for who you knew me to be.
Don't do
who you know me to be, yo. You the only nigga who grew up with me. You know who I am. You know that, bro. I know who you is. You know that we can't do this constantly like this, yo.
So if you know that, show me the proper respect. Where I
nigga, but I ain't got to show you nothing because you're supposed to respect me though. Because I'm doing something right now.
Go for 20 minutes. How
I can go for 20 minutes. You don't pay my bill on this. I pay the bill to talk as long as I want to.
That's not the point I'm making.
It is the point, and I'm no longer explaining that to you. Ethan, let me finish my point. I'm not finished yet, yo. I'm trying to show you how backwards y'all be. How wild the polymath Dr. Reggie is. Why would Dr. Reggie dive in here with a wild presentation on African science? And then start hollering spirit. Well, after I beat y'all half to death, well, we didn't say we had modern science. Nigga, that wasn't the presentation. This is the presentation. This is the presentation. What are we talking about? It's called incoherent wild dudes that will always confuse everybody because they're looking through their ignorance. If y'all just sat down and watched the thing, you would have seen it. So I talk about medicine, optics. Y'all supposed to know who that is who created the book of optics. Chef dove out the window. Y'all all wild for this. Then I take you to the scientific revolution. Systematic empirical investigation, experimentation, and mathematical laws define a new era of discovery. And then we get the modern science, yo.
Bam.
Right. Peer review. All the stuff y'all know nobody back here had. All you got to do is look it up. That's all you had to do. So when y'all jump in here, I didn't say I had modern science, so then shut the hell up then. Shut up. Stop talking to me if you don't. Stop talking. You saying it because really you trying to, in a slick, wild way, you trying to act like they had science. But you don't want to say the word modern. You just want to say science. But let me tell y'all something. The word science means modern science. All the scholars agree to that. Y'all playing right now for no reason. My presentation was showing how the human endeavor went through time, through different cultures, and ended up in that space right there. That's it.
A collective human achievement.
Correct. That's it. So, Aoife, go ahead, Aoife.
You sure I can talk?
Not for long, bro, but go ahead.
I know it's not for long. Because it's only going to take a half a minute and I'll get cut off. But anyway, so your point is that science doesn't come into being science until it's called modern science. And we never argue that the ancients practiced modern science. But what is science? So it depends on the terminology. What type of terminology you're accepting as science? This was said to you 3 weeks ago. So if you want to spin it from a modernist perspective, okay. But okay, you're right. You're right on that end. But from my perspective, historically, it's the same as what you're saying.
What is the definition of science?
What's the definition of science? It's a tool that's used to understand natural phenomena. What the trick is, what Ankh is doing, he's an atheist. And I'm not saying I'm a God believer or none of that. I don't deal with the supernatural because that's what skeptics do. Skeptics say, hey, man.
I don't play fair. I'm tired of hearing that bullshit. Cedric, what's up, man? No.
Oh, you should have left him on there, huh?
Nah. For what? Now it's my turn. I like to play the game the way he played the game. That's what I do. I'm petty. Because he act like he ain't see what I just did. I don't got time for that, yo. I'm not playing that game. Y'all go play that game. He need to get his stuff together and do some studying and get more coherent. He's out the game for a while. He has a penalty on the play. I'll put him back in a few minutes. It's a penalty, like in lacrosse. You get a penalty, or hockey. They put you he in the box right now for acting like he ain't see what I just seen, and he slowly twisted it and did all that and got right back to where he was at. Until he get coherent in what he is saying, right? He gonna catch a penalty. That's how I'm doing, y'all. From now on, get in that penalty box. Act like you ain't hear what I just said. So I'm gonna play petty. You either gonna learn or you not. Good.
He don't understand.
Oh, he's talking like he does understand.
That's crazy.
He's not talking like you do understand. He's talking like he does understand.
Sometimes talking like he understand what he's saying.
Hey, show my screen, man.
No, Joe got to go. Then I share your screen. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick.
Peace,
I'm gonna be quick. What's up, man? What's up, Sante? You know I gotta mess with you. But look, hey, check this out, man. People know the power. Go ahead.
You'll say Unc's the king of gaslighting. You ain't know? I'm Bobby Ray's baby. Bobby Gaslight. When y'all do what he do, I turn to Bobby Gaslight. Y'all didn't know that? Because that's what he did me. He just rage baited me just now. I went through the whole timeline of what I was saying, explained it real easy, eloquently, and he come right up here and rage baby. So then that's when I gaslight him half to death. Yeah, I can gaslight you better than you can get me. Trust me. You right, bro. See that? Big up, yo, for the truth. I ain't mad at you. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Aoife earned it, huh? So look, everybody like this word science. I hear everybody talk, whatever they talking about, they say it's science. And look, you know why we like that word science? Because it got us to where we are now. Look at all of us sitting on here having a goddamn conversation with each other. Everybody somewhere else. They wasn't going to be able to pull that off. You know why? Because they wasn't trying to figure out the kind of stuff we trying to figure out now. And people were trying to equate what they did back then to what we doing now.
Yeah, no reason.
We are figuring out things to the point that we may be able to inhabit another planet at some point. Them folks back then wasn't doing that. And I don't know why people. I mean, I know why people want to try and say they were doing what we're doing now, and it's because they feel like we taking something. But I don't know how people don't hear us. We give old societies their props. We building upon what they gave us.
Yes, it's black.
We just using a different method. We using a different method. We digging into the why. They didn't do that. And I heard them yell something about a papyrus. Yeah, he can go ahead and pull a papyrus up and tell us where on that papyrus he's doing the things that we do in modern science. And then he'll have a point. Why don't he just do that? Maybe that's what Suntan must be getting ready to share his screen and show us on the papyrus how they was doing hypothesis and testing and getting it peer reviewed and all that. Go ahead, Suntan. I'm done.
All right. Hey, peace, Joe. You was kind of close, but you was way off. Hit that screen.
I'm gonna hit the screen. So for anybody. So for Aoife, if he's in question why I threw him off, it's like you got to have some good, in these conversations, right? If you had like a complete nut for like the first 30, 40 minutes all the time, you may have calmed all the way down, right? And then you start talking again, yo, and I might just remember how wild you was early in the show, and I might just get petty and put you off, yo. So any mistake you make, I'm like a referee in a basketball game. I used to teach my son, look, man, always be nice to the refs, yo. Because in the fourth quarter, yo, you might want to get the call. See, I got to put him in the penalty box. He too tough, he too slick, do too much. Ignoring, why I gotta do why? Because I'm paying this joint. That's why, because it's mine. That's why. Do what I want to do. That's why. I'm saying let's all be cordial and have manners. Talk long you want to talk. Let me share the screen.
All right.
Now,
the word science does not inherently mean modern science. Etymology originates from the Latin science, meaning knowledge, which historically composed of a broader range of intellectual pursuit, blah, blah, blah. But that's the only thing I'm saying. We can play word games with the word
Please
science.
read the rest of it.
However,
read the rest of it.
Who is that?
If you pull up a source, you're entitled to read the whole thing. You can't stop where you want and make a subjective point.
No, I'm not making no point. My point was at the top. Hey, Cedric,
read the whole thing.
Thanks for the coaching, bro. If you want me to read it all, sure. Why not? You want me to read all of that?
I thought you was. I read that thing.
The word science does not inherently mean modern science. Etymology originates from the Latin "satigio," meaning knowledge, which historically I'm all tired.
You good encompass
a broader range of intellectual pursuits, including philosophy and theology. Modern science refers specifically to the systematic empirical study of natural world that emerges during the scientific revolution. While science today is often used interchangeably with the modern science, especially in academy and public discourse, an original meaning was bordered on more exclusive in all forms of knowledge. So thanks for that, Cedric, because I needed to read all of that. But getting back to the point, I understand.
You get that last part though, it's deep though, right?
Yeah, and I understand you completely.
So watch this. Hold on, watch this. It say while science today is often used interchangeably with modern science, see, especially in academic and public discourse. Watch this. Its original meaning was broader and more exclusive of all forms of knowledge. So watch this. So if that's what Reginald is saying, just say that. Say, yo, we just mean knowledge, though. We don't mean the modern science thing at all.
But that's what I just said.
So watch this. But if you don't mean the modern thing at all, then why are you mad? You wouldn't get mad at that. Not you.
I'm just saying the word is interchangeable.
El Suntan, listen to what I'm saying.
You pick
that's what people. I'm not. Listen. No, listen.
Not with me, because I understand.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to make a point here. It's germane to the conversation.
Go ahead.
Imagine me only meaning it just means knowledge. Right? Then we get into a fight. If it only means just knowledge, it's fine. Then just say knowledge then.
But that was
the reason they say something, the reason they keep saying science, because what they really trying to say is it's like the science we got today. We all know how they play that game. So if you just mean knowledge, say, I just mean the knowledge we had. Would I argue that? If I'm saying no, they didn't have science, say no, they didn't have modern science. Now y'all swearing that now. No, we don't got modern science, no problem. Then what is the conversation? We have no conversation after that. If y'all admitting right now that those ancient ones in Egypt and all that, the Greeks didn't have modern science, then why are we still having this conversation then? If y'all just mean it's just a form of knowledge, I've already agreed that they had their own knowledge system. Think about that. Why the fight? Why are we fighting if we both agree that they had social knowledge, social systems already in place? I'm not arguing that. You know why we arguing? Because they cheating and scamming. Because what they really trying to say is, yo, we had science before they had science. And we don't mean knowledge, we had knowledge. We saying we had that thing. And I'm saying y'all didn't have that thing.
Hey, can I say something? The word is interchangeable, right? So when you say it's not science, then you picking a fight. Because we understand what science is. If they don't understand what science is, they don't need to be having no conversation, right? But the word becomes a nuanced word because it's different sorts of science. You specifically are in the mainstream of modern science, and we understand that. But at the same time,
y'all don't understand.
Excuse me?
How do y'all understand if y'all arguing?
Who? And then when you say y'all, you got to put things in context.
Anybody. If I put it up on the screen and took y'all to modern science, and what's the argument? You get it?
I've been
why this whole argument?
I told you that 12 shows ago. I get it. However, you gonna pick a fight with the people who don't. That's all I'm saying to you.
I ain't picking a fight. I'm on my own channel, my own damn.
No, you ain't got to be on your own channel. You be over there where we at picking fight.
I don't be. I do a show over there on my own show, minding my business. I ain't picking fight.
Wherever you go, somebody bring up.
I ain't picking the fight, man.
Gloves. You ready to put
on gloves? No, I already got the gloves on. Hold on, yo. I already got the gloves on.
All right,
I'm teaching with the gloves.
I ain't mad at you, man. Do you? Cause
you don't jump in the ring. Go ahead.
So you pull this up, Santan, to illustrate that when we say science, when we say modern science, we mean science. Look at it right there. While science today is often used interchangeably with modern science, especially in academic and public discourse. Boom. So the point you was trying to make is actually fallacious, because when we say science, we mean modern science.
You said, Cedric, you said when we say science. I understand that, bro. Ain't nothing fallacious about what I'm saying.
Interchangeably with modern science, especially in academic and public discourse. We are having both a public and an academic discourse. So these two terms apply to what we're doing. So yes, when we say science, we mean modern science is science. That's exactly what we're talking about. We are not talking about the word in its broader context of knowledge. We are talking about the word in its context of what it is, what it actually is. Modern.
Today.
The verb.
Listen, you did a whole diatribe for nothing. I understand that, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell you. So in closing, I would say this. I'm not here to pick a fight, right? Because I understand the nuances of science. I understand the etymology of the word. So when you get off trying to make it uninterchangeable and make it one thing, you're going to run into problems with other people. That's all I'm saying.
So if you understood the nuances of science, you wouldn't be making these claims that
it's not a claim I'm making, Fabio. You guys, to be scientific, you guys is really riding the rail.
I didn't interrupt you.
Because I never was talking to you.
Hey, bro. But you're talking to the audience and everyone listening. So everyone listening is engaging in this conversation. Everyone listening is engaging in the conversation. So chill out and let me respond to what was said. Chill.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Chill. So if you understood the nuances and the levels, you wouldn't force these ideas into places where they don't belong, because these people, at the end of all their observations, all their technological advances, when they ran out of answers, no matter what it was, the natural world, the medical world, the physical world, there was some God attributed to it. So at that point, you cannot keep forcing science into these people's worldviews, their lives, their world. You cannot say because you cannot say because they had the Edmund Smith Papyrus and Naphtha Playa, they were scientists. They were scientific because they built the pyramids and they had Stonehenge and they built the Great Wall of China. They were scientific. They were delving in science. It's fallacious. It's wrong. Stop it.
What is you talking about,
man? All right, hey, don't worry about it. All right, where you at, Grant?
For nothing.
All right, where you at, Grant?
The hell is he talking about, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I always sort of marvel at the willingness to accept the idea that science is referencing modern science, but then we want to say, but I have this other thing I believe or perceive. is there a better way to approach it and say, I am going against the consensus thought of the word science. I am fundamentally against this agreed upon determination. And you are most certainly allowed to do that. But where it becomes muddy is that you're attempting to say, because you have this view, that everyone else has to sort of come along with you. And that to me seems rather unscientific, because in essence, the methodology of bringing people along with you would be to say, hey, I understand that you have this fundamental way of thinking, and I disagree with it. And here are the parameters that I'm going to set up that helps define why I think this is the demarcation line for my understanding of science. And therefore, this is the methodology I'm going to be working with, and then create a school of thought that exclusively works off that methodology. Your goal shouldn't be to try to say, because there is this other methodology, and you can disagree with it, but if you now have this new way of thinking or your preferred way of thinking, you can then say, I now have the sort of Egyptologist scientific method, and this is the new way of thinking, and here is going to be my school of thought, and that everyone wants to come along with me, and then we will be proselytizing exactly everyone else around this school of thought, and there will be scores and scores of papers that will be supporting you in that methodology. I do think that's a better way of doing it. I do think that the course that many of people are taking of coming up on panels and attempting to pretty much discard what is a fundamental understanding of how science works, not just by us, correct, on this panel. We're talking about the way that science works, correct? All the people are agreeing who are actually in the field to do it are saying, this is how we think about it. And then you're saying no. And then not having some other school of thought or school way of thinking with evidence to support it outside of what you're saying, which I have nothing wrong with you saying, having an opinion. What I'm saying is that you then need evidence in order to present that case and to bring others along with that case. And I think that's where many of the people who may share your position are being tripped up in these arguments. And I do think that for me, that seems to be a bridge that I don't think we're going to ever be able to.
Grant, was you talking to me or just to the
or whoever has that position?
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of different voices. Yeah. I can often not tell who's.
Yeah. Well, if you ask or just Cedric or any of them, I have the same perspective as they have as far as science is concerned. I do not think any different. I understand modern science and I understand learning modern science, but I also understand back in antiquity, there was no modern science because modern science wasn't what they was doing back there. So I'm just sort of like, I'm just a referee. When I see getting into it with these guys, I just put in my chain of thought in the argument saying that if you keep saying that ain't science, you're going to keep getting an argument out these other people who think otherwise, kind of like what you're saying, because they're not adding a chain of thought in it, the new chain of thought. If they want to think that way, they're not presenting that, right? So I understand science and I understand the presenters of science, especially modern science, because no one does, and the old science, the knowledge science, that's back there. That's left back there. We didn't progress, and we steady progressing, right? I listen to Neil deGrasse all day, almost every day.
You get there now.
Well, I'm into learning, so I'm not no pushback on nothing. But when a word can be used and they can play semantics with it, right? And then pick these fights because he's knowledgeable in his field, but he know what he's talking about. But the other people may not get what he's talking about, and there you go. There go a big rah-rah. And then they think that they know because they say it's science. See, they're going by the etymology of the word. So it's just like, you see what I'm trying to say? And then you got some people out in the chat called Pseudo, or he's Pseudo, especially Juju. She out there with her flag. Sometimes Pseudo and all of this sort of stuff. Knowing, you see what I'm saying? Knowing that I never do no shots at Juju, but she just, want to get back out the Muslim marriage thing. So it was nice being with you tonight. Yeah, you know, she tried to get mad.
You
when
in the chat? You in the chat?
Yeah, she out there shooting shots.
You know what I'm saying? You in the chat?
Yeah,
you
she in the chat.
You ain't supposed to be.
I keep the chat right next to my screen.
I know it get us all raveled up though.
Oh no, man! I got tough skin. They out there calling me suntan lotion.
I guess I called you suntan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know that stuff don't bother me, man. These fools hey, I'm not worried about them. You know what I'm saying? So
hey, suntan, hold on. Let me say this. You gotta ask yourself, why is people arguing with me if they know that the Egyptians and all them didn't have modern science? Then what's the argument? Because my presentation was knowledge, ancient knowledge.
You
modern science, yo?
Why? Put a target on your back, man.
That wasn't the argument.
Yeah, listen, the way you
that
do
wasn't
it is.
The argument.
Stevie back.
That wasn't the argument at all.
Okay. Well, I bow back. They just like to get at you because they figure like you trying to make yourself an authority figure, so they want to.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how.
No, you're not telling the truth, Suntan. You're not telling the truth.
I'm trying to make myself.
The other guy comes in. The other guy comes in.
You tell
I have
Evie,
no
I know.
chance.
Hold on, man. Let me talk. Evie, I'm not talking about you. It's more people that be want to get at
you Fifi, yo. Why I call you Fifi?
I'm not against what you're saying.
More people who want to get at you. I wasn't even thinking about
I smell the blood of a pseudo one.
Bro. You said that little shot.
No, listen. Hold on. Explain how, because Suntan said it, everybody think I'm what? I'm the what?
Everybody think they say you make yourself like you the authority, you the pseudo bully. You want to call everybody pseudo. See, that's what you have people want to fight you about that.
Hey, Suntan, but I am though. I can stand
on mad at you.
I admit that.
No, he doesn't understand what he's doing. He doesn't understand.
Go ahead. Tell me what I'm doing. Even go ahead. Tell me what I'm doing. Even go.
I can't talk because somebody gonna cut in. Somebody gonna cut in.
You know, so, Aoife, one of the reasons people
see somebody else.
Aoife, I'm gonna say this. I don't cut people off. I know, but if you take a second,
somebody said something.
I'm helping you. Here's why people cut you off. You have a position.
It's not proper. Let me screw myself.
You need to state it because we don't have 10 minutes for you to weave in and out. We want you to be concise, and that's our preference. I'm giving you what I think are tips on making sure that you're heard, because your complaint is you're not being heard. And then the counter complaint is, well, you're taking too long to get to your point. And if I was in your position, if someone told me that, I would then begin to change how I present my case. And so I'm providing you an opportunity to be more precise in what you're trying to say. That way you're not going to get cut off. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Perfect. Good.
Okay. Oh, can I get back to what I was trying to say? Retrospectively, this is what I'm trying to do. Listen.
Yes. And that helps me make a lot of money, and you will help you too.
It doesn't matter about money. We're having a discussion.
All right,
so stop it. You're being a snob. Right at this point.
I'm not being a snob. I'm trying to help you.
Yes, you are. You're not helping me. I didn't.
I am helping you.
I see you still talking.
Yeah, because you're talking.
Your mouth.
When you're ready, Ankh, I still got my presentation.
Oh, now, it's over now. I got him on. Oh,
no, Lord. Go ahead, Eva. Come on, man.
It's not gonna end good because now Cedric will talk.
No, he's not. He said he's gonna do it. Go ahead.
Okay. My point is.
But I'm saying, Aoife, what I'm trying to say to you, man. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So that was funny.
No, Aoife, you on point, man. I told him.
But if I do something, if I say something, I get put in the bag.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because it's called
go ahead. Explain why I think I'm the authority. Go ahead.
No. Now I'm being rushed to explain things, but once I
you're not. Take your time. Take your time. Go ahead.
And so I'm tired of people assuming what I'm saying versus then what I'm saying. So what was the original argument? I talked about Nabta-Playa. You disagreed. You said they didn't practice astronomy. That was the original argument. And then it just catapulted to something I don't know what the hell happened after that. Okay, fine. It got to this point. So let's clarify.
Hunter-gatherers practicing astronomy is crazy.
Now, see, I knew I was going to get cut off again.
That's all right. Go ahead,
I
man.
knew I was
To
going
me,
to
that
get
is
cut
just
off
crazy.
again.
Go
So
ahead,
that's
Ether.
what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're just
No,
going
go
to
ahead.
cut Ether off.
So, where did you
Every
fall at
time
in that?
we-
Where'd you fall at in that argument about hunter gatherers
Okay.
having astronomy?
So
Where'd you fall at?
hunter-gatherers. So we're looking at hunter-gatherers at what time period?
And
What
not
are we
the
looking
prior
at?
7,000 BCE.
Okay. So what did Check Anta Diop say that period was? What did he call it in his book, Civilization of Barbarism? What did he say that period was?
So you saying he's the authority, and whatever he says is correct?
No,
right?
no, we're not going to move. What did he say?
I don't know. You tell me what he said.
But you told me that Check Anta Diop was like truth. You said, man, he was really trying to do something as far as anthropology and everything. You said it.
I know.
So okay, what did he say, bro?
I don't know what he said about that.
He said that part would be considered a proto-period. You said science doesn't become science unless it has a proto-period. Didn't you say that to me?
But we said not to apply had proto-astronomy, though. Are you retarded or something, bro?
No, did you understand what I just told you?
Yeah, and I just told you we agreed to it was proto-astronomy, the proto-period.
Okay, so
what did you fall in that?
By the time when Papyrus happened, if you let me talk, bro. So by the time period of the Edwin Papyrus, hey man, that was past that time of not to apply. Am I correct? Because we're dealing with the old kingdom first, right? Not the plot. So guess what? Guess what he said? He said that was the proto period. You said we don't get science until we have a proto science. That was their proto period. That's what he said. Read it.
He didn't mean that. Bro.
He didn't say that.
But if he did mean that, they're two different disciplines, yo. One is looking at the stars and one is looking at the human body, yo. Why are you mixing the two? You can be advanced at looking at the stars, but not advanced at knowing what the hell a heart doing. How's that? You don't get that, bro? Quiet. Now you quiet because you stumped.
No.
You need to do a presentation, man, so we can understand what he's saying.
Okay, and I do. I agree with you on this when you cut me off. I agree with that. I need to do a thorough presentation on what I'm talking about. So let's go on to what I'm saying to you. It's not really saying you're wrong. I never said that. But what happened was the context of how you putting it, when you look at a modernist perspective on ancient Egypt, you're going to say, no, that's not science.
Why am I saying
that? Say that. Why are you saying it? You're saying it based on the concept you consider the scientific method not being birthed yet.
Not just that, no.
Basically, it's a 17th century type of thinking.
No, they just don't mix. They fight and pull out there
on that science. And you're correct.
Science don't have that authority in there like that. It don't have that.
But they were called natural philosophers before then. You're correct.
And it's metaphysical.
So that's a label. I'm not talking to you, bro.
It's subjective.
I'm trying to understand, bro. How can we get an understanding if you're interjecting? Really?
Just keep talking. You don't gotta actually address. You just keep talking. Go ahead.
I can't talk if somebody keeps cutting me off.
I know,
because seriously, there's
go ahead.
Between you and I, as far as this conversation is concerned, there's no need to fight it. You're not wrong in one type of perspective, but you have to look at what we call science. It is all dependent on what you define science is. And that's what I said to you from the beginning. I never said ancient science was modern science. Suntan even said it. He reiterated exactly what I'm saying to you right now. That's not our fight.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. It's not our fight.
There's no such thing as ancient science.
Right. ancient.
So they don't have study groups. So they don't have studies, academic studies on ancient science. That's what you're telling me. That's what you're telling me, Mr. Smart Man. Smart Man.
Yo,
Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you,
they don't have
were not writing no hypothesis. They weren't writing no hypothesis. Wasn't nobody doing no daggone.
Did you answer the question what I presented to you?
I did answer you.
Do they have in college ancient science studies? Go.
Yeah, man, but they don't mean it like you mean it.
Come on, man, cut.
No, y'all. Here's what y'all gotta understand, man. The word science. Oh snap! The word science.
We're not doing the word game, bro.
But that's exactly what we're doing. You're trying to compare what we are doing today with what they did back then.
No, they not.
If you do that, then you have to give the right. You have to give the right definition of science. Now, if you just simply saying by science, you mean that they had a knowledge of the things that they were doing, then I agree. But you cannot say what they were doing is anywhere near comparable to what we are doing today.
Who don't know that?
Then why are we fighting? Why?
Keep coming up trying to make a definition out of one word.
No, we're not trying to make up a definition. Y'all trying to make up a definition. Hey, Aoife, let me ask you something, Aoife. Why is it that what's the contention? If you agree with what I just now said, what's the contention?
Pull up the word, bro. And you can't weaponize science against what we're talking about. That's what you're using science as a well. Hold on. The problem, Ankh said it yesterday. I like how he put it when he talked about Thales. That was perfect. I like how he used that example. And I got on.
What did he say?
He said, "Oh, see, now I'm gonna mess it up." So you're doing a pretext. So
just messing with you.
Look at it, man. They will think automatically. I know what you're doing, but guess what? I'm gonna clear it up for you. So what he said was Thales from Miletus, right? Listen, he was atheistic. He said he was atheos, which means he went against the state-sponsored religion. Now, we know it was a theocracy at that time period, so it was a more political movement that the gods ain't going to tell us how things happen in phenomena. I'm going to search myself. So then, by him going to Egypt, he learned something different. Where he go? He went to Egypt. So he got that theory, that knowledge.
Hey, we ain't sitting there doing that. Pick up the hits, man. He ain't lost his mind. He went to Egypt. He got that knowledge. Hey, yo, stop.
He thought he was cooking too. He thought he was cooking, boy.
I thought you was cooking. If you ain't cooking, you the pot and turn the fire on, man. Turn the fire on.
He don't even know with ancient history.
Do anybody
like that shit? Such is study loving.
Hey, yo, hey, Elder Suntan. Look, say, ask your ChatGPT, what did Thales go and learn in Egypt? Do that.
You say what now?
Say, ask them, what does Thales, Thales?
I don't really use ChatGPT.
What do you use? Whatever you use, you say, what did he go to Egypt for?
Hold on.
What the hell did you use then? You pulled up a bunch of words with no source on it. We just trusted you.
He used something at the TV.
Who that?
It was pronounced Thales. It's not Thales.
It's Thales. It's Thales.
No, it's not. It's Thales.
I think it's Thales.
It's not Thales. It's Thales.
I don't think it's that.
It is Thales.
Okay, pull it up.
Thales.
Thales.
No matter how you say it, the man spelled it right.
Can I do my little presentation?
No, bro. You're going to mess it up. And don't turn your camera on. Because you're going to scare everybody.
See, now ain't nobody say nothing personal about you.
You know I got to mess with him. You know I got to mess with him because he throw jabs at me all the time. All right, I apologize.
I understand.
Hey, spell it again.
Thales.
Thales. Usually have when they're attracted to strong men.
What did
I understand
whatever.
those tendencies. It's
Whatever,
because
whatever,
that's
dude.
your behavior.
Whatever,
That's
dude.
your jailbird behavior.
Hey, man,
Whatever,
come on,
dude.
man.
You messing up the
Come on, y'all
conversation.
was joking at first. Come on. Hey, yo, you can't be joking. You can't do that.
All right, I
Because
apologize.
then, all right, he apologized. Because if he up it a level,
Don't apologize. I don't accept the apology, bro. You
I'm
can't.
not saying it for you. I'm saying it for all. I'm not saying it for you.
Okay,
You didn't grow up with him.
Behavior is
You
evident.
didn't grow up with him. So be quiet.
I don't give you the right to run stuff over
Yeah,
the family.
really?
I always protect you, yo.
I'm sure you
Really,
have a
dude?
slurring tip too, right? Because you
All
sound
right.
like you're drunk.
Here
So
you
you have
go.
to get
Go ahead.
brave,
All
right?
right, let's go forward. Let's go. Come on.
Hold on, I'm about to put it in the chat.
All right, go ahead.
Y'all can read it yourself.
Thought you was gonna read it.
That's his idea, and we're gonna roll with it.
Suntan, real quick. He used shadows to measure the pyramids.
Okay.
So what? So it didn't take mathematics involved?
I ain't mad at nothing. I'm just.
I'm just trying to figure out what was that assertion right there. What was that? What was that dumb from?
Yeah, what he did. What did he
Oh, so it was a guessing game. That's what you're trying to say. No engineering.
No, I'm saying math is a universal principle, right?
That's not my point. My point is you're saying they were guessing, they used shadows, they just didn't know what they were doing. Do you know the foundation?
Wait, I said the Egyptians used trial and error to build the pyramids. They started off with mastabas and stacked the mastabas, and it's called trial and error through the process. We have a bent pyramid. We see that we have a bent pyramid that showed that they didn't get it quite right. Huh?
You're breaking up, bro.
I didn't see that. Okay. You said you put it in the chat.
But you want to know who else used shadows?
So my point is you're deducing it to like it's a point of what they were doing with technology. They were just doing technology. They didn't know what they were doing. They just did technology.
It was empirical technology.
No, if you're doing technology, that means you know what you're doing.
Huh?
They just don't know why. They just don't know why it's happening.
You don't know why you're doing. So you're building something, and you don't know why. You don't have the why on how.
Suntan, what is this?
That's Thales.
That's the wrong one.
No, it's not, brother.
That's the wrong one.
Wait a minute.
That's what it's spelled.
Let's help Aoife understand this, y'all.
Yeah,
and Aoife, they was building, right? But check it out. When we build a building, we can tell you what the elements of the material used to build that building.
I knew you was going to go.
That's my argument, and that's what science is, buddy. So that's what we see where you're making the mistake. That's not your argument, but you're arguing a point that you're not even making. You trying to argue something that you're not even saying. That's what you just now said. That's not my argument.
Science cumulative. It's science cumulative. And what does cumulative mean?
Science is a method. It's a method of how you do things.
No, answer the
hypothesis.
No,
yeah, buddy.
I asked you a specific
that's
question.
Where the difference is. That's where the difference is.
Answer the question, bro. It's science cumulative.
Man, it's accumulative to get to science.
No, okay, that's enough. Can you answer the first part first?
Yeah,
don't jump.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So, what does cumulative mean,
meaning
building. I can get sense out of you.
Meaning building up to a point.
There you go.
Building up to a point. There we go. We got smoking gun. That's what we got.
It's not a smoking gun.
It is.
All right, let me see.
I need.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Cedric. Then we're gonna get to Chef. Go ahead.
Oh, it'll be an hour. It'll be an hour.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Cedric.
I think I put up the right one.
Where you put it at?
All right.
Okay.
This is short and sweet. All right.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it right there. I told you to ask the question, what did he do? It says Thales of Malay, a pre-Socratic Greek philosopher from Miletus, is regarded as the first philosopher in Western traditions. He sought natural, materialistic explanations of phenomena, such as claiming water is the fundamental substance of all things, It said, marking a shift from mythological to rational inquiry. As one of the seven sages, he influenced early Greek philosophy and laid the groundwork for scientific thought. His emphasis on observation and reasoning set a foundation for later philosophical and scientific developments.
Absolutely. So you see that all?
Mm-hmm.
That's what a fight.
So how do you interpret it? That's the problem. How do you interpret what was read to you? That's the question.
Okay. Well, I know I comprehend at a very high level, and I know the time period.
We're not talking about. Feynman said keep things simple. So we're not talking about high, low, none of that.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about science. So,
we're not talking about science.
What Feynman said?
He didn't do science.
He didn't do science.
It doesn't matter.
He just
he said he influenced early Greek philosophy
and laid the groundwork for scientific thought.
Right.
Thought.
Right. That's not science.
There you go. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Y'all can't read. Y'all can't read.
That's not what I'm saying.
Look, and scientific developments.
Right. That's crazy. They don't understand what
Whoa, hold on. You yelling. Bro, you don't understand that?
Oh, I know. I need to stop that.
Because if you don't understand it, I can't actually talk to you.
No,
like I can't talk to Chef no more. Chef learned what STEM is. I can't talk to him neither. Like it doesn't make sense.
You don't know what STEM is.
Before you said Chef, you threw something out there as a narrative, so when people view, they'll think that Chef is saying something wrong. You need to stop that.
No, I'm not. I'm saying what I'm saying. If he emphasizes on observation,
you can't tell that man what he's saying.
Foundation for later. Man, shut the fuck up, man.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
What the fuck is wrong with you, yo? You keep running your damn mouth, yo. What's wrong with this nigga, man? Just like talking like a little bitch. On and on and on and on and on. Get on my dick. Come on with that, dog. You out the game, yo. You just keep talking and keep talking and keep talking. Man, I reached my fill with that. Was it me? Did he just keep talking and keep talking like he had some earplugs in? Like he was doing it on purpose? Is it me? Where in the world, yo? Nah, I ain't going through that no more, yo. Yeah, what's up, Chef?
There go my man, Chef. I ain't seen him in a
while. What's up, Suntan? What's going on with y'all?
Chef, I ain't seen you in a while, man.
Yeah, I'm still kicking.
All right.
Man.
Got to be more careful, Chef.
What's up, Joe? Where the hell is screen at? Oh yeah, so look. I remember we was having a long conversation, and you were saying over years about not succumbing basically to Eurocentrism. Right? It was one of your main arguments, right?
Long ago.
It doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
It was sound. I'm saying your argument was sound.
But I'm saying how long ago?
Do you get that? It don't matter. So you're saying your argument wasn't sound?
It might not have been. Dang. How long ago was it?
All right, well, you know what? I'm out.
Bye. I'll let you later, man.
Appreciate you, Chef.
Appreciate you, Chef.
Came on just to say that.
Yeah, dumb shit.
I thought Chef was finna let you have it, huh? What happened?
Baby? You thought what?
I thought Chef was.
You said the sound. You don't know what all out of. We don't know what he talking about. He could just say what it was he was trying to say. He ain't say it. You made a sound talking about don't succumb to Eurocentrism.
Well, okay. You changed your position.
No, how? Think about that for me. Hey, hold on, Suntan. Think about this, yo. If y'all sitting here thinking I'm adhering to Eurocentrism because I understand where science matured at and where it didn't, then that's a bunch of bullshit. It's exactly what we talked about earlier. What we said earlier was very, very simple. What we said is that that's what it is. And people have knowledge, wisdom systems. So at no point am I succumbing to anything. I'm not even using the Eurocentric word called science, based in Latin, custom and traditions. So how am I succumbing to that very thing? Think about that for a minute. But anyway, I always reserve the right to change my mind.
It's called progression, man.
Thank you. So that's what they always try to, they go back 20 years on the statement I made. Now, that statement I made was definitely sound. But what was I applying it to? All that's in the game, right? But at the end of the day, if I'm saying that ancient people had their own ancient knowledge and wisdom, void of any Latin connotations to it, everybody should be proud of me.
Hey, well, all he's saying is you stayed on your premise has changed, so he said it in the way he said it. And ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, but how's my premise changed?
Because you learned more about
it. On that, I still say don't succumb to Eurocentric thought. Well, I still say that. And watch this. And then I added on to it, don't succumb to Blackology thought, because they're both damning. See my progression?
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
So what are you trying to say when we do science today, that's European thought? Is that the point?
Yeah, I ain't want to get into a long thing. He
left. That is crazy, man.
Crazy. Madness. Madness at a high level.
Bunch of skinheads, man.
Man, Chef, all right. Everybody want to hold. I told you, Unc, you be picking fight.
I didn't pick no fight with Chef. He got up here, he said what he said, and I said, y'all may have changed my
y'all was boxing back then, remember? Huh? We used to box back then when I was just a listener. Y'all was boxing good back in 2016 and 2017.
No, it was a fake boxing match. It was one person with sources and one person with barber knowledge. Just talking. Yeah. That's never a fair fight, bro. I've always brought the clear, concise sources. This is not Eurocentric thought.
Be on point too.
I get because you think you think Ifa on point.
No, well, Ifa, I mean he making sense, man. If it don't make sense, how I'm gonna think something on point? You ain't tired nobody. You can't.
I'm just telling you.
You can't.
Both positions can't make sense.
Yeah, both positions can't make sense, yo. Something don't make sense at that point.
Man, it's always can be two people can be right. Just come from two different.
Not in this community. You know? Not in this space.
All right. Well, see, there you go. See, you set the parameters in your space.
I did.
When you come out your space, nobody ain't trying to hear what your parameters is.
And I ain't mad at it. I know, but I'm the only one teaching something, though. Ain't else just talk about what I'm saying. How's it my fault?
It ain't nobody's fault, but that's the way you see it.
Hey, Suntan, let me show you. Hey, Suntan, let me show you something real slick. Let me help you out for a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna be arrogant on this.
Go ahead.
If you sitting there looking at a presentation with 300 slides on it, and this man, and we talking about 700 CE when the Moors went to Spain, and somebody put up a slide at 350,000 years, the Pliocene, and you think that makes sense? Bro, I ain't really trying to hear what you saying. See? Because you don't know what the hell you're looking at. That means you've been tricked. 300, you know how long 350,000 years is? The Pliocene, bro. If you're showing slides at 10,000 BCE and we talk about 700 CE, bro, that don't make sense at all in no historical conversation. It just doesn't. That's what I'm saying. And the fact that people can't even see that, bro, why would I listen to them group of people? I would never succumb to that foolery. It makes no sense. I understand time periods. I understand 125,000 because I'm the only guy around here that ever talked about 125,000, 190,000 Pinnacle Point, South Africa, right? I talk about early quote unquote paint mixtures. I talk about iron ochre and how they melted, all that. That's me. Nobody talk about the Green Sahara. Y'all all Egyptian maniacs, not me. So when I hear a young guy out of nowhere in the middle of a debate talking about 700 CE and his first round is about 125,000, yo, I'm thinking either he retarded or he trying to scam y'all. You just got scammed because you think it makes sense, bro. And I know I'm arrogant because I want to be arrogant because it don't make no sense, bro.
Now, can I say something?
Of course you can. And watch what you do.
Oh, you know what I'm finna do. You can't sit and tell nobody what they listening to and what they can't interpret out of what they see. With everything that man said, he backed it up with a source. Everything Chief X said, he did the wiki. So in a conversation, in a debate, you cannot win with no without no primary sources. This is a debate I'm talking about. You talking about somebody frame of mind. When you doing a debate, you can do all the trickery and all the, you do what it takes to win. So he did what he took to win, and it beat what Chief was doing. Man, that's all I'm saying.
Man, don't make me pull that.
And that man had a source for everything he said. I don't care if he went to the Ice Age. He had a source about everything that evolved around the damn Ice Age. So what you talking about is what you talking about. So however you want, because you might be more intelligent than me on chronology and history. But what I can tell you is, if you talking whatever flim-flam you talking or whatever knowledge you talking, if you got some sources to back it up, and then you know me, I'm going to go and fact check it. I'm going to go and pull it up the best way I can. Then I'm going to analyze it from my point of view. So what you telling me now is about me not knowing this, it's okay. Because like I said, my own paradigm, I do my own fact checking and I do my own thinking. And I think out the box. So there you go right there. I ain't got no problem with nobody say I judge it the way I judge it. Not the way you judge it. You judging it from a whole different perspective because you got a lot of more knowledge to the subject matter. So there it is right there, but you can't try to make nobody look foolish with all this pseudoism and stuff like that. That man beat Chief X half to death. That's all I got to say. He made Chief X look really bad, all that talk Chief X was doing. I thought Chief X was going to come out with some real sources. This dude come out with some wiki, right, and then didn't let it lead to nothing else but some cartoon pictures.
I thought God Energy was going to come out with some real sources. What was that stuff he was doing? Neither one of them had no real source.
What was one point that you think God Energy won on?
God Energy won on his presentation. It ain't.
Give me one point. Give me one point that you like.
Let me say this to you, bro. In the debate, because I moderated you.
I know, but you're speaking very general right now.
What I'm saying, let me finish.
Go ahead, brother.
Elaborate. When you and Chaz did that debate, you and Chazari, when y'all did that debate, I went on how y'all presented and the evidence you put and how you backed it up. So whatever my chain of thinking, because I'm not a scholar at which
I'm gonna jump on another show when I can get to do my presentation, because that's it.
Start me off.
I can't do no more.
Do it right after you finish. Go for it.
I mean, he can go now. I'm done. Go ahead, Cedric, because you just want to dive in there. Go ahead.
I can't listen to you, please.
Well, I can't listen to you. Who do you think you is, man? You know what I see? That now you being disrespectful, man. But I ain't gonna worry about it. You ain't talking about nothing. You the mad science. You look like Simon Bar Sinister or something.
What did you say, Stuntan?
You look like Simon Bar Sinister. You never used to be the mad science.
Y'all just
reduced and Rocky.
Boy, y'all just reduced
you still there though, right? Okay, so mute your mic. Mute your mic. Since you're still there, just mute your mic. Shut up.
Intellectually dishonest.
Mute your mic.
So I don't want to hear what you're talking about.
Oh, then bye. Bye.
There you bye, you bubblehead. Bye.
Balloon head. Either mute your mic or leave, because I'm going to do this.
Some can't even diss like a senior citizen. You bubblehead.
He said you diss like a senior citizen.
Yeah,
he said you crack jokes like you retired, yo.
And I ain't thinking about Simon Bar Sinister, man. He can go and jump in the lake over there looking like a shaped turtle.
Sometimes so we can hear him. Go ahead, Stan.
Go ahead, let him talk, man. I'm done. He just don't dismiss me though, because you can't do that. I'm here to see Unc, not you. So go ahead and do your little presentation, Simon.
I can't do it.
Yeah, you don't diss me, man. I'm done.
When I'm shares my screen.
That is you. You got to think of. It's comedy hour at the Apollo for sure.
Yes, sir.
Y'all crazy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, so I explained in the last previous episode what actually science is. Science is a framework. Science is a way of approaching nature from a particular perspective. And
I'm out, man.
you have
I see you, so.
Appreciate you.
All right, peace, man.
So in the last episode, we established something critical. Science is not just knowledge. Science is not just technique. So now the question becomes: if ancient people had knowledge, if they had skill, then what exactly were they missing? What separates what they were doing from what we now call science? Humans had knowledge long before science. Let that be clear. Humans have always had knowledge. Let that be clear. I'm going to say it again. Humans always had knowledge. Long before science existed, people built structures, practiced medicine, and observed the stars. So the issue is not whether knowledge existed. The issue is what kind of framework was used to explain that knowledge. Just a sec. Sit here. Let's go. Natural philosophy became the order of the day. Natural philosophy is an early attempt to explain reality. Before science, there was something called natural philosophy. This was humanity's early attempt to explain how the world works. Not just what happens, but why it happens. Okay? So key features. That's why I stay away from explaining the scientific method, because these words keep coming back and people get confused. Observation, speculation, tradition, and authority. Natural philosophy had some important features. It relied on observation. People looked at the world, but they relied heavily on speculation, tradition, authority, meaning explanations were often accepted not because they were tested, but because they were believed. So, what is observation? Heavy things fall faster. That's the first observation. People observed the world and saw heavy objects appear to fall faster than lighter ones. And observation is important, but observation alone is not enough. Speculation. Heavier objects have more force or nature to fall. Next, speculation. People didn't just observe, they tried to explain it. They speculated that heavier objects had more force or a stronger tendency to move to move downwards. Sounds logical, right? But it wasn't tested. Tradition, repeated over generation, then comes tradition. Great ideas get repeated over and over again, taught, accepted, and passed down. Not because it was proven, but because it became familiar. So this is where this idea comes from. Authority, Aristotle. Heavier objects fall faster. Now let's bring in one of the most influential thinkers in history, Aristotle. For thousands of years, Aristotle's ideas dominated how people understood the natural world. And Aristotle thought that heavier objects fall faster than lighter ones. Today, we know that is evidently not true. So the problem, no systematic method of testing explanations. And this is a key limitation. There was no consistent systematic method for testing whether an explanation was actually true. So you could have observations that were accurate, technique that was effective, but the explanation behind them could be completely wrong. So knowing versus explaining, this is the conversation we are trying to have. Accurate practice isn't equal to an accurate explanation. Let me give you a clear example. Ancient people could track the stars with precision, but their explanation might have involved the gods, spirits, divine forces. So they had accurate observation, but not necessarily accurate explanations. That's a major point. They relied on authority And we can give you different examples of schools of thought that led the way things were done. The shift from explanation by authority to explanation by testing. Now, Ankh is going to go into that, and we keep hinting on it because we're getting there. World travel. World travel created this phenomena. So accumulation, cumulative, science is cumulative. Yes, that world travel is where that cumulative process of all the data, all the knowledge from around the world. What was that one common denominator? What was that one common denominator that differed throughout all of them? The reasoning behind it. Okay? At some point, something changed. The question is no longer who says this is true, but instead, how do we test if this is true? Now, that's the shift. This is where science begins to emerge. The missing ingredient, systematic testing. You hear Joel keep asking y'all, where are the secret ingredients? What natural philosophy lacked was a reliable method of testing ideas, eliminating errors, separating belief from reality. And without that, ladies and gentlemen, like I have been saying, you don't have science. So the key question becomes, what kind of explanation should we accept? Now we're getting closer to the core issue. It's not just about testing ideas, it's about what kind of explanations are even allowed. Because if everything can be used as an explanation, then nothing can be ruled out. The constraint, only natural causes. This is where the critical constraint is introduced. Explanation must be based on natural causes. Causes that can be observed, that word come back again, tested. Now you see, we move from speculation to testing, repeatability of the testing. This constraint changes everything. Why this matters? Without constraints, there is no science. Without constraints, there is no science. Because without these constraints, you can explain anything, but with anything. The post hoc rationalization, what we see my good brother Lex Vortex and the rest of the conscious community doing. And once that happens, explanations become meaningless. So what comes next? See how short and sweet? Methodological naturalism. In the next episode, we are going to break this down completely. What is methodological naturalism? Why does science depend on it? And why without it, science as we know it cannot exist? Final statement. Knowledge existed before science. Knowledge existed before science. Science requires a method. Let's lock it in. Knowledge existed long before science. Technique existed long before science. Even attempts to explain reality existed long before science. But science begins when explanations are no longer based on belief and becomes grounded in a method. Thank you. Now, carry on.
Yeah, we're gonna put this on the other channel too. We're gonna I'm gonna cut it out.
Yes, sir.
And put it separate for you. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Preem?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
Tapping in late, trying to get the context and all that good stuff. Good presentation, said.
Yeah, it's just whatever you want to talk about.
Okay. I did catch Chef. I did catch Chef bailing out.
Bailed out quick.
Talk about, and really they running out of counter arguments. So now they're gonna fall back on the ideological, which is everything got to be blackety black, and if you're not all the way blackety black, even to the point where you're willing to lie, then you all of a sudden you Eurocentric and you kissing the white man ass, and now they're gonna try to embarrass. You know what I mean? Now they're gonna try to insult your character because you don't have their delusions of whatever the hell they believe. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But hopefully that's a sign we get into the end and we could move on to more weighty subjects, because this one was wild. 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 Yeah, it was just wild.
So if I know that's the play, right? But I reserve the right to change my position at any time. Based off of more available data, man. I learned that early in the game. And if being honest and forthcoming, is Eurocentric, then I always thought, based off through popular belief, that lying and cheating and stealing was Eurocentric. That's what I thought. Maybe. Hey, Thanos, what's up? Talk to us. You're on the panel.
Yo. Can you hear me?
What's going on, man? And I ain't even used to that name, bro. It's Thanos.
Good evening.
Go keep you Thanos with the Infinity Stones.
Infinity Stones and that Thanos snap.
Mm-hmm. What's going on, bro?
Rob, you know.
What up? Hey, good presentation. Said I liked it, man. Very simple, plain to the point. This is a really good topic. We talked about it. We've been talking about it now for weeks, and I like the fact that we have so many people now engaging in the conversation about science and what it is, and the birth of it, and the previous steps it took humans to get to it. And hopefully, people are actually following the literature and actually going through the studies, so that it'll force more people to have a deeper understanding, and then it can take that deep understanding and make it relevant into their lives, right? For example, if we skate into another pandemic or such, under the current leadership that we have, people will be more equipped with the knowledge and understanding of what science actually is. And so, but my take on it is, my non-expert opinion, of course, reading the work and following the conversation, and the things that I've learned over time is that science was a tool that, or a step that humans didn't need for a long period of time to survive. Like Sid said, we had knowledge, we may have had technology, even mathematics, but science is when you get to the discussion of knowing why or how a thing happens, right? It's a difference in seeing a heartbeat versus knowing that the heart is generating electrical conduction to the point where you can actually make valid predictions about what the heart is actually doing, to the point that you can actually give medications to fix a disease or heart that's not pumping correctly, right? That's when you get to the level of science. And I think that when you make the conversation about racial groups, you then tend to you're going to lead people down the wrong direction, right? It's a human endeavor, and one could argue that every human on multiple continents across the world had something to do with the information and the culmination of what will become science over time.
It's a fact.
And I think that it's hard to get to the place where science exists without having various ideas from multiple cultures or multiple groups of people in different environments and terrains, right?
Absolutely.
And so as populations grow more, and as information becomes more transparent and available to larger groups, now you get a variety of ideas, and you get people with the ability to question what used to be held among specific classes of people, right? You get increased literacy, you get you start getting the printing press, and now you're able to get information out to larger volumes of people. People get to go to institutions, and eventually that, in conjunction with the things that we previously known, would eventually lead to this thing that we call science. You can make valid predictions never seen before or never before seen, as Neil deGrasse Tyson put it. And that's just my take on it.
Yeah, you right there in that sweet spot, and that's all we've been saying from day one. It just so happens that it matured in Europe. But I think people misunderstand what a learning center is. In the Nile Valley, they had learning centers where people from around the world came. If we move to the Islamic period, the Golden Age, at the House of Wisdom, it wasn't just Arabs. It was different types of scholars. Greek scholars, Muslim scholars, being Muslim is not actually skin color, right? You had Africans, right? You had Persians, Jewish people, right? They all come to the learning centers. That's what humans do. They all want to get the knowledge. And so when we say it matured in Europe, people think we mean white people. That's the unstudied and the unlearned. Because we're going to do some presentations. We're going to show people from Ethiopia, different indigenous African people that actually participated in the scientific revolution where their own country didn't want them in there for talking that type of talk. Right? So a knowledge wisdom center is just that. Different people from around the world will go there. The same thing happened in Europe. If y'all sitting there thinking that pseudo killers, community skeptics is saying that white people themselves did it, it's a ridiculous notion. It's an accumulative thing. I said it. Reggie messed up the whole, the polymath, Dr. Reggie messed up the whole conversation. If you take out any of them steps, if you take away the indigenous knowledge from 350,000 to the time period where civilization developed, then you don't have the civilization developed, right? If you take out the team, the TEAM, technology, engineering, art, and math, right? Then you don't get the science. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to finish that last cherry on the top. If you don't know about the whole world, right? The Americans included, then you can't challenge ancient traditions like that. You can't say, damn, they didn't know that. I thought they had a system of being able to know all things. Realized they didn't. What's up, Chef?
No, I like whoever the brother was just talking. I like the way he put that.
That's PK, baby. That's PK.
He framed that he framed that well. You dig what I'm saying? So well,
that's our stance as a team, though. Right there, that's our stance. We've said nothing different. Maybe
y'all said a lot of stuff.
No, we said that.
Yeah, but you said other stuff also.
Like what? Man, watch it right in front. Go ahead. Say what I said.
Right, but saying that science started with the scientific revolution, because anything other than that, it wasn't science. You said that.
Right. What was it then?
Right. So if you frame it like that, right? If you say it like that, that would be Eurocentric. Because like the brother said, right, that science was going on way before the scientific revolution.
Oh, I ain't all
right?
that.
So it's a human endeavor. It's a
Thanos,
human
you said
endeavor.
that? You said that, Thanos?
No, I was saying that the accumulation to get to the process of science, like science, I do echo Ankh's point that science would have matured during the time of the Enlightenment period of the scientific revolution.
They seeing, they read and hear what they want, man.
Yeah, you just heard
they actually teach. They teach us in the colleges, right? Like they teach you the process of how information transfer from one point to the next, or how the natural philosophers eventually lead to different movements. The empiricists. You learn about Thomas Hobbes and Rousseau and God, I'm forgetting the rest of them. It's a ton of them, but they teach how the natural philosophers ranging from Plato to Socrates to Aristotle and all these individuals, and how it would lead up into a point where you would eventually get to a Galileo and the scientific method and the revolution, etc. And then, if you think about it, this is why you see technology move at such a faster pace as we move into more modern eras, right? Because there's a process here. Then everybody sees this process now, and everybody understands it so well that now we can use it for anything in any environment to learn about a thing, right? So you start getting these theories or these well organized explanations of how things operate, to the point where you can make technology based on these predictions, right? Like we can literally think about this. You can turn on you can go to your phone and type in a weather app, and almost with 100% accuracy know what the weather will be for the next 5 days. Just think about that, what that would have meant to ancient populations, bro. You can go, you know how to dress, you could duck or dodge a life-changing event like a hurricane or a tornado or whatever the case may be, because we understand or have this tool of science and have the knowledge about it, to the point where we have devices that literally keep us safe on a daily basis, to the point where some of us even complain about the fact that it rained, although it was a 30% chance, because humans are bad with understanding chance and percentages, etc., or risk. So that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Chef. You got the floor.
All right. So for me, the scientific revolution is an important point in the development of science, but it's a point in the development of science. Science is communicative over multiple civilizations, right? You wouldn't have had the scientific revolution in Europe if it wasn't preceded by the Islamic scientific accumulation of knowledge and the stuff that they brought forth. So the Europeans didn't create science, right? The scientific revolution wasn't the start of science; it was a continuation of it. It accelerated under them, right, to where we get to today, but it wasn't the start of science, right? And I'm not saying knowledge; I'm actually saying science, right? Empirical science was being done in the Islamic world, right? They had a scientific method, right? Most of the things that would the people in the scientific revolution used, right? The Islamic it had an Islamic foundation to it, right? They had laid the groundwork for the mathematics and all of that, right? The testing, the observation, they had it all. And the Europeans had their books. So it's like,
so, we didn't say they created science, though, right? Just for the record, we didn't say that. Nobody said
science,
that.
If science is a modern thing, didn't y'all say that? Science is a modern thing, meaning
right.
Exactly. So if it's a modern thing, then it didn't exist into the modern era.
Exactly.
So you said that exactly. So how can y'all say you didn't say that, huh?
Didn't
I can answer that.
Go ahead, Anonymous. And then let Thanos get back into it. I want you to go praying, but I want Thanos.
Think about it like this. If today somebody left out the last 2 or 3 steps of the scientific method, would we say they practicing science? If they tried to, would we say that that's scientifically sound? So if it don't fly today, it didn't fly back then because they were leaving out steps. And it's really that simple. I don't know how else to say it more plainly.
Go ahead, Thanos.
No, so so it
and then Grant.
I think I'm trying to word my words carefully. So I'm just thinking that I like Sosa's. He used a analogy not long ago about the gumbo thing, right? Saying that you don't get gumbo until all of these things are in the added to the recipe, and then it is actually gumbo. And that's probably how I would approach this conversation, right? Like, think about it again. Humans are at least 350,000 years old as a Homo sapiens sapiens. And what would the process have been called before it was science? Because science wouldn't just pop up and be a thing for humans. So at what point is it the thing before science, I guess would be my question. Maybe then I would better understand the opposing views.
Yeah,
would it be?
Did you catch that?
Who, me?
Yeah.
It would be science.
Yeah, but how? You get it?
Yeah. What would it? So before there was science, right? Because I think
the word science.
No. The practice of science, the thing that is science, right? Observation, hypothesis, like
philosophical foundation before that existed.
What would it have been before science? I guess from your viewpoint.
Well, if we can look back at Newton and them and apply that they were doing science before the word science or scientists existed. We can, so then the same way we can look at other people who had empirical study, who formulated laws and tested and did all of those things, then they will fall into the same category, right?
So let me ask you the question, Chef.
No.
Why?
Grant was next. No, Grant was next.
No.
Grant, where you at, Grant? Ho, Grant, where you at?
No, I'll cede my time to Seth to ask this question.
Go ahead.
All right.
So why don't they make that distinction, Chef? What is the difference, the pinnacle difference between an Einstein, a Newton, for example, and the House of Jahid, in reference to also what McRob was saying?
I think sometimes because when I look it up and my sources, right, I found sources that did include them in science, right? So
give me the source. Just give me one source. Give it here when you get a chance. Right. Put it in there. Let's investigate.
All right. So if I found sources and historians and everybody that include them in science, right, then what's happening here is like I proposed before, maybe something is going on with a Eurocentric bias, right, on how we're being taught, right? Okay. Because if you frame it a certain type of way, right, then it will start excluding other people who don't necessarily fit into that European what do you call it? And into that strict European, the way the Europeans framed it. But if their endeavor, right, is along the, you see what I'm saying? If their endeavor is along the same lines and they're doing the same things, then why wouldn't they be considered if Newton and them
but they weren't doing the same thing. They weren't doing the same thing. That's the point.
So you're begging the question, number one, and there's a fundamental difference. When a particular frame of mind, when you operate under one system versus operating under other system, you ask fundamentally different questions. When the gods did it, or the will of Allah is your primary mover, you are not wanting to understand the underlying mechanism. You are very systematic in your approach, quote unquote scientific. However, science is within a particular paradigm. It is as if, let me make this analogy, transportation, horse and buggy, paradigm shift, cars. You cannot talk about the ancient had an early form of cars because they were engaged in transportation. That paradigm shift is essential to understanding the conversation. And when we talk about maturing, what caused that maturity? That accumulation of data from around the world, that empirical system that is foundational, that empirical system developed in the Islamic age, right? That empirical system is a fundamental requirement. However, it is part of a different thinking process. You see the difference? So that is where the category distinction is made. The what versus the why, the underlying principle. And to get to that, your system must be void of supernatural agency. Supernatural agency stagnates that process. Do you get why methodological naturalism is a particular philosophical framing of the data?
I would caution against, you came up earlier, you was like, I had a good idea on some Eurocentric, and I still feel that same way though, Chef. But I think I have a profound respect for what humanity did, right, before the actual maturing of science. I think I do. I'm the only one that actually, and I can say this, in this particular sphere, I'm the only one that actually talked about 180,000 years ago, 350,000. Nobody, they was like, what the hell are you talking about? It was like I was talking Japanese, pinnacle point, first symbolic thought, the first shellfish eaters. I can go down the list on and on and on. And I did it for a reason. Because I knew moments like this would come here, and I could say, no, this is what these people was doing. When people try to retrofit that and retrofit ideas to crystallize in Europe, right? Back in that time, I'm saying at this point, you messing it up. Because the foundation of what will become science clearly starts at 350,000 years ago. There's things that has to occur. Nature is super hard, man. Nature has the final say. Nature is not responsible for teaching you anything at all. Nature has the final say. Nature knows no color. That's why it took humanity, period. It's a, through your ignorance, you will think it's a white endeavor when in actuality, it's a human endeavor. You know, and that's why that Needham question is important. Very important. But go ahead, Preem. I know you were going to say something.
Yeah, because another thing, kind of piggybacking off of my last point, if those old forms were complete, they would still be doing them. But all of those people, what do they use now? They use the modern method, because the modern method is the definition of science. Everybody knows it. We the only ones debating this. Nobody else is debating this. But again, I don't know how else to say it more simply. I respect what they were doing back then, but it wasn't the culmination of science. It's just as important as science, because those things are the foundation. They laid the foundation. And again, we've been having this conversation for the last few days, and we keep saying it day after day, week after week, that just like humans evolved from archaic humans to now Homo sapiens sapien, science evolved to naturalism, to natural philosophy, like all these other names and all these other terms, proto science, what we throwing around. Those are like the archaic humans. Modern science, or what y'all call modern science, and what I could just call science, that's Homo sapiens sapien. It's a natural evolution of the principle. But just because Homo erectus is a man, don't make it Homo sapiens sapien. And it's really that simple.
Can I let me add to it? I do want to say this, right?
I like that analogy.
I do want to make sure that it is known that I think definitely my position is that the ancients were spot on, right? Like, even in all my knowledge and things now, I couldn't come close to doing what they did at their time. So it in no way, shape, form, or fashion should lead anybody to believe that they are less intelligent, that they weren't advanced, or that they were just some primitive people who didn't know anything. These people were the bomb to the fact that they could do the things that they did without having the knowledge and the tools that we have, but knowing that we wouldn't have what we have without what they did. It's no way to have one or the other. But but that brings me back to the question: at what point before this, what is it called before this science, and at what period in human history would that thing have existed? Because our position, or at least mine for sure, is that science would have occurred, it would have been a gradient. It wouldn't have been just, everybody knows science now. It would have been a gradual accumulation, or a, not a hard demarcation line, but one that would have been a gradual line. So if you think about a black and white box, there would be a gray in the middle, where there's this gradual process leading to the other color. I hate to use colors because I know this is a sensitive topic, but but it goes back to my question: like, what would it have been prior to science, and at what point in human history would that thing, whatever it is, which is not science, have existed? And what evidence would we have of this process not being science, or being the thing that would predate?
Yeah, that's why we asked for a line. And asking for a line, you could kind of struggle within yourself what the distinction was. And I knew when we threw that at you, that would make you kind of wrestle with it. That's why he wasn't able to give a clear answer. There's a reason why you can't give a clear answer. Because if you was forthcoming with your thought process, you would say, well, damn, I guess that would be Europe. Now, you would end up saying, oh, that's the racist view. But you couldn't back sound information. What you could do was talk about the House of Wisdom, like you did. And you could talk about how they, graded papers or, scholarly critique, right? That we debate like that. But you couldn't prove that they were, quote unquote, doing that peer review, blind peer review, take the scholar name completely off, no authority, and boom, 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 boom. That's fine, though. The system they had was top notch. It helped the civilization reach a golden age. There's no doubt about that. But I think the Needham question is serious. I'm not going to do that whole thing today, but let me throw this to the listening audience, psyche, real fast. Why did it mature in Europe? Right? Why in that learning center, right, of different people coming from around the world, traveling by boat, whatever they did, why did it mature there? And early today, I went back and did a presentation on the Egyptian temple knowledge and the Malayan schools, right? I also recognize the Hippocratic treatise, right, in the Edwin Smith Papyrus. There's some glaring things here, to the point where I recognize, wait a minute, yo, it was actually culture, right? You need to have a culture. One, let's talk about the medical papyrus, okay? You need to have a strict culture that will question and ban the magic, right? The Greeks had treaties against magic, and guess what they call it? They say the magicians are charlatans, that disease is not sacred. We can pull up the documentation. Nowhere in the Edwin Smith Papyrus says that. That culture is not there yet. That culture is not ripe for that yet. The Malayan schools, right? They strictly wanted to not talk about natural phenomenon and myth. That's not in the Egyptian schools. The very foundation of Egyptian school is keep the mayat, the order, the righteousness, the justice, the reciprocity, the balance. The old is the better. So the very culture itself started to witness against itself, meaning the ancient cultures that had been renowned for 6,000 years and reached the pinnacle of knowledge and wisdom, that very thing that made those cultures ride high is the very thing that made it fall, right? That they're constantly staying with old traditions and not questioning it. And you said it yourself, Chef. Guess what you said? You say, man, what? Bro, you holding on to them damn Dr. Ben's books. He was essentially saying, yo, kill the authority. Sosa said the same thing. He was like, yo, you know that shit was outdated when you start reading it, you know what I'm saying, 20 years ago. I was like, no, Dr. Ben and that. But what y'all was saying was, hey, bro, kill the authority. That for me, I can look back at those conversations with Sosa and y'all and say, you know what? Them niggas was right. Now, I don't like the way y'all disrespectfully, you know what I'm saying, do it, but it was necessary. So I can stand up and say, whenever I show a Chancellor Williams book or this, I said, y'all know this shit is outdated. I start with that because that is the correct way to do. And people can't make a damn distinction unless somebody who they respect said, yo, the shit is outdated when you got it. That's a change in philosophy in the community. We have literally changed the philosophy in the community. Right, wrong, or different, where we get along a lot, my nigga. Listen, man, the pseudo killers, bro, we have changed the authority. The sacred cow is dead. Now we can take off and thoughts can flourish. Now I'm trying to kill your black algae. See, you never know where black algae will raise his ugly head. It has raised his head in this conversation because you only jumpy because of your bias. Really, you don't give a damn for real, but it's something in you to say, man, they saying something against black people. We actually not, Chef. We simply saying that that's their chance to run the damn ball. And it crystallizes, matures in that particular place that ain't just white people. I'll end with that. Grant, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that makes it hard to in these conversations is even if you want to, let's say we grant the idea that it's Eurocentric, but then you then have to find a way to figure out why the Europeans are leaving out all the Europeans prior to Newton, correct? I mean, the Europeans are then just discriminating against other Europeans. It's just an infinite amount of mental gymnastics to sort of to fit this hypothesis. And I think that's where we're going wrong. And we can all agree that the Europeans who were the correct, who definitely went about and pushed a very racialized world. And then a lot of Black Americans or African Americans have now taken that same racialized world and are attempting to explain the world in a very Eurocentric way while complaining about a very Eurocentric way, which is the most inception way of thinking, where it's a riddle wrapped inside a riddle wrapped in bacon. If we can just unpack that and just go back to the one fact, everyone agrees that the Egyptians were highly advanced and technologically advanced. And you as an individual can call it science, and no one's going to stop you. It's just that when you go into a room of scientists, they're just going to ignore you. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you will be in the corner by yourself, and that's fine. And you can tell everyone, hey, everyone, I believe that science originated here. And they'll just be over there making modern scientific, correct, advancing. And that's where I think we get these conversations going back and forth. And I think one of the problems with, and I think this goes back to your original argument, what are the effects of the ignorance of our community? The fact that we can spend this amount of time over something that is already definable. Where is the demarcation for science? It is defined. Stick there. If you want something else, go for it. No one is stopping you. But the problem is the rest of the world is completely moved past this argument. And so on the one hand, you want to claim that as Africans or Black Americans, we come from a people who were the smartest at one point. But you undermine that argument by still sticking in a world that we all agree is not even modern science. So if your study of the world is still stuck in BCE, correct? Then you have this problem because everyone else today is stuck in the modern world of science. And you have to spend more of your mental capacity of understanding the world today than of trying to jam in this idea that they did some feature of science. And I just think that we're just doing it all wrong. And I also want to point out to a lot of the sort of voices in the chat who come along. I can agree, I may sound funny. I may have a particular, tinge in my voice, but I would just say this. It makes more sense to critique someone's ideas than to go about it attempting to make fun of someone. And this often shows you where you are as an individual and as a person. And when you think about the world more widely, if this is how you're approaching just a conversation online, I can't imagine how you're treating your other personal interactions. The reason you come off as angry and the reason oftentimes people ignore you is because you haven't developed the verbal skills or potentially maybe even the mental skills in order to articulate yourself completely. And so if someone is coming at you with what is verifiably true, your first thing is an ad hominem. Then you have to go back and wonder whether or not you truly are scientific. I'm not going to call you pseudo because at this point, I'm not sure you have an argument, even if it was pseudo. What I'm pointing out is the framing of the way you look at the world is problematic. And so if you are so pro-Black, congratulations. The problem is that when you go out into the world, you're proving what white supremacy thinks about Black people, that we are not thoughtful enough to think in a modern way. And the problem is you are the proof of their supremacy. And what we're trying to combat is the fact that they view us in that way. And if you cannot combat it when you're going in this world, you are the mark, not us. And I would just make sure all of you guys understand the difference. I live in a predominantly white area with white people and see how they think about us on a consistent basis. And I would tell you, you would be hard pressed to be in any of those meetings if this is the way you actually comport yourself. And if you really want to rule the world as some master race, which some of you are most certainly lean into, you're going to fail every time because the rest of the world is highly scientific and they think about very complex ideas. And they're not wondering whether or not the Greeks were doing science. They don't give an F. And at some point, you're going to have to figure that out too. And the Chinese are so far ahead. You don't go into meetings with Chinese and I go, hey, what about that stuff we did in the year 22? They don't care. They are strictly talking about how science is advancing their society and how they can overcome a hegemony by the United States. And the only thing that they care about is whether or not they can beat us in math and in science and all of the STEMs, correct? And that is their only concerns. And so if you're not someone who's thinking on that level, I just have this one thing to say to you. You're going to lose no matter what. We can tomorrow all say that Egyptian science is true, and you will still be so far behind because the rest of the world doesn't care. And I think you really need to understand that difference.
Man, you just cussed them out.
Moment.
Just
get out the way.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Relax.
That's not what I was
Mic drop.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
I wasn't talking about that.
Ain't that how you cuss somebody else? Ain't that how you cuss somebody out without cussing somebody out? I like that program. That's called vocabulary
I
right
wasn't
there.
talking about that at all. And I know
bro. Look how you do it. Let me just say
but I'm trying. I've been silent for a while.
This nigga here, boy. See, hey Grant. See, somebody like you just got cussed him out because you went over his head just now. See,
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. So I'm gonna ask a question to you, specifically. What type of neighborhood did we grow up in?
We grew up in a mixed Jewish community, bro.
Again,
a mixed Jewish community.
Okay, so it wasn't just Jewish; it was Italians. It was also Irish people as well.
I ain't
you understand that? No, where I lived at, I was up a little further than you, so I was near the county line in Baltimore, Maryland.
Rice-Town Road Plaza, nigga. I know you lived at.
Okay. I'm trying to bring a point here, so I'm not ignorant to Okay, so I'm not ignorant to different cultures and nationalities. And I'm not promoting any specific phenotype by stating human advancement in science, if you look at it retrospectively.
Doug holla. Doug holla.
I've never said that. I never brought that up. Now, what Reggie is talking about is what Reggie is talking about.
And now we separate. I'm trying to get Shefflin to separate from Reggie now.
No. Now, see, now you're painting a narrative that I didn't say. You're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say. Am I correct on that? Did I bring that argument up?
No, go ahead.
And then on top of that, you tried to insult me with the B word and all that, and I thought that was unnecessary. I like to have a regular conversation. I'm not a person that's trying to be obnoxious, but actually, if we want to get into, I like what the brother said before. What was his Ngozi? What he was talking about? The other?
No, that's not no damn Ngo. That was Thanos or
Thanos. Thanos.
You have a rule about drinking and coming on the panel.
I'm not talking to you, brother.
You have a rule about drinking and coming on the panel. When you start to slur your words, that's pretty much it.
So okay. So if that's the problem, then let somebody else handle it. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you, the last brother Thanos was spot on with the last thing he said.
Oh, Grant. So, you mean the person just talked? The person just talked?
No,
that was Grant. Okay, Thanos.
I said Thanos. I said Thanos.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So Thanos really spoke. The last thing he said, he actually was saying it's almost like there's some confusion going on, but he's not negating that the point that these people were intelligent enough for survival and use a tool called science. Now, at a certain point when we began, as far as Homo sapiens, when we first came on the scene, it was technology. I never negate that. But at some point in time, like he said, what point in time are we going to say? Are we going to say, hey, this is science? So you all have already said it's science when it comes to the 1700s. So you made a
demarcation line. You said that was important.
Yes. So answer the question. In your mind, what do you think when you think of it? Go ahead. You and Chef. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. That's the whole argument.
Okay, well, go ahead.
The whole argument is, when can we say that? So you all say when the scientific method was actually institutionalized, that becomes science. But there are an opposing
It's not always
argument.
said. It's not always said.
I'm just trying to bring it to a level where we, come on,
what
man.
are you saying? No, I'm asking you. Give us your line. No, give us your line. Give us your line,
like
bro.
the rest of the people been able to talk. Hold up. Chef said, he said the same thing. He was saying that, okay, but why are you saying science is when this time period happened? Okay, so then you said they didn't have the why. But there's a point where these people gathered information, and he brought it up about the Arabs. He brought it up. It just didn't pop out of nowhere. They just synthesized it. I get that. They put it into an organized system. That's all. But you can't refute and say it's not science.
I'm asking you, what's your line? Come on, Aoife. What's your line, yo? Because we told you our line and gave you all the info.
It's still called science.
No, what's your line when it's called science? What's your line? That's all. When it's called science. Go ahead, brother.
I'm saying the line that I call science is when they stop just doing technology and start wondering about the world. Now, my thing is, religion actually catapulted.
So you're not gonna answer the question, bro?
Wait a minute. Wait.
Answer the question.
Why can't okay? I gotta answer 100 questions.
No, it's one question. We're gonna ask the same question
for at least 5 minutes.
Bro, this is insane, yo.
Okay. It's insane.
Just say you stumped me.
I'm not stumbling. I'm not stumbling, but okay. Ask the question again.
I said, since you want to continue to use the word science, no problem. And then you admit there's a time where it was technology, not science. I think.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm asking you.
Neanderthals used technology.
So I'm asking you, where do you draw the line? We draw the line in the scientific revolution, like the Neolithic revolution. There's a packaging of things that brings forth the Neolithic revolution, and it doesn't mean it occurred all in the same place at the same time. Like it's different packages, different places. We get that. So we're asking you, where do you draw the line when you say go from just knowledge to science?
I say at the point when the Edward Papyrus was made.
Okay,
basically.
I like that.
Because that's foundation, right?
Okay. All right.
So you could consider it from a modernist perspective. Oh, he's wrong. But they actually had the scientific method, right?
You got time, bro.
They actually had it. But it wasn't written down, because it wasn't peer reviewed, none of that. You cannot say that it was that. I get it.
Well, then, if it wasn't peer reviewed, it wasn't the scientific method.
Wait a minute, bro.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
Hold up. All right, Aoife, we got your point. You say, and so you basically saying 1900 BCE or 1600 BC, between that period, because the Edwin Smith Papyrus was written 1600, but they said it might be taken from older work. So we got your line.
Then a century later, spells were put on.
So you're in the Middle Kingdom. Yeah, gotcha.
Right.
I like that. Exactly. At least we got the honest answer. Go ahead, Chef. Where you want to put the line at? You see where he put the line at. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's now I want to say something what Cedric has said.
All right.
So I'm gonna go back to the Islamic period.
And then you're gonna give us your line, right?
I don't have a line. That's the thing. I'm saying that science is cumulative. It grows.
Cumulative.
Right? Cumulative, right? Yeah. It grows, right? Human beings, like, it grows, like, and it sometimes has gaps, it has breakdowns, and it has periods of expansion. We in a period of expansion right now, right? But I'm for Cedric.
All right, so as long as we got your answer, you don't got a line. All right, bet. Now ask your question, Cedric. Go ahead.
All right, now Cedric had said that there were breaks where people have, like, in these older traditions, they were attributing God to their to the reasoning of why natural phenomena actually, went a certain type of way. They didn't fully separate God from there. Is that y'all stance? Because we can show that Islamic scholars actually did separate God from their experimentation and their hypothesis, verification, and conclusions, right?
In the optics, right? In the book of optics, right?
Optics and in medicine, right?
Okay.
And in their measuring the world, many different fields they did it. You dig what I'm saying? Now we know that they lived in a Muslim culture, right? And they respected their Islamic benefactors, the ones that paid for the House of Wisdom and those different schools to actually be there. They didn't disrespect it. You dig what I'm saying? It was consequences for that, right? But in there,
consequence for what? Consequence for what?
For disrespecting the religion. You dig what I'm saying? For disrespecting the religion. Yeah.
Okay.
But in the things that they wrote, their scientific treaties, right? They clearly were separating God out of that. You dig what I'm saying? So Cedric, that was for you, Cedric.
So stay right there. Since it was for me, what you've been discussing and what you don't seem to understand is the point you made. We don't disrespect the God. That puts a constraint on your methodology. Everything that you're talking about was in the realm of knowledge and technique. Knowledge, technique. They're refining a technical procedure. Optics is a tool. Glasses, even today, is not considered a science. It's a technology, my friend. So
what?
Your category error
that's
is
the atheist argument.
misunderstanding the framework in which we're having the conversation. The framework of science relies on wanting to understand the natural cause. So the science starts when we start to ask the question, what is wrong with the eye that requires the glasses? That's a why question.
That wasn't his question.
That's
no,
that
asked why.
Do you understand
that is a question. That is a question.
Level?
That is a question, but that wasn't his question. His question was, how does vision work? Right. And he used that was his question, right? And so you just asked another question, and then you said his science, or you said that what he did was technology and it wasn't science. Cedric, you just messed that up.
No, I didn't. You're asking two category different questions. You can be systematic in your technology. The Egyptians were. They knew how to draw a circumference. They knew how to level and do plumb lines. They understood those things, and they were very systematic. Y'all are confusing technological development, systematic practices in technology, with a philosophical framework of wanting to understand why in the hell is any of this possible.
No.
These are two categorically different questions.
I'm gonna let Grant help me out with
this.
You're
looking at the development of technology.
No, the whole thing is a category fallacy.
Please,
because Muslim countries.
You don't want me to cut you off. Stop.
Muslim countries.
If I start cutting you off, you are going to crash out. Do not cut me off.
Nobody's crashing out on nothing, brother.
Please. So let me finish. So when we're talking about science, you have to have that philosophical foundation. Horse and buggy, refining that technology versus a fundamental change, paradigm shift, combustion engine. Two different principles. You can refine the one extremely well, have it down packed yet it doesn't fit within the philosophical framework with which we call science. Science emerges once a particular philosophical framework is developed. You can't get around that. Scientific doesn't equate to science.
Okay.
It's not
Now,
a
So
you can
Muslim
switch these
countries
words out.
do not practice science. Muslim countries don't practice science at all.
Hold on, Aoife. So check this out, Cedric. Ibn al-Haytham, key scientific contributions, the theory of vision. He proved that we see because light reflects off objects and enters our eyes. Intromission theory, debunking the Greek idea that our eyes emit rays. Extramission theory. He was doing science. That wasn't technology.
No. You said scientific, right? So you automatically translate that into science. And I'm telling you, that is where you're making a category error. You can be very scientific without practicing science. You get the difference? You get that fundamental difference?
I get what you're saying, but
don't fall for it. Technology overlaps.
I'm not falling for that. But I get what you're saying, Cedric, but I'm not falling for it, right? Because he had he was doing, if it was technology, you said he was doing technology. No,
Yes.
he wasn't. That wasn't technology. He was explaining, he asked the question, how does vision work? Right? And then he did experimentation and then figured out how we see how vision works. And it was true. Like,
no, you didn't. Like,
he
wasn't doing biology.
What?
He wasn't doing biology, right?
Bro,
you understand?
I don't know what you're saying,
you understand the limitation? Optics, even up to today, is technology. Do you agree? When you go to an optician, you think you're going to a scientist?
No, that's a trap that you're trying to set up. But go ahead. Don't answer that.
What, man? Stop, man.
When you go to an optician, I'm not saying an ophthalmologist. I'm not saying an internal doctor that measures your blood glucose, understands how diabetes causes cataract, etc. Right?
That's so a doctor, bro. That's science.
So you're talking about going to a optician.
Yeah,
is that a technologist or a scientist?
That would be a doctor.
When you go to an optician, the glasses guy who does all the measurements of your eye, that's a technician, right? No, that's a technician.
That's a technician?
Yeah, that's a technician.
What he's doing, he's using deductive reasoning. So he's trying to.
But even now, how wasn't technology a goddamn eye doctor or technician? How did you even equate that into that? Was he creating eyeglasses?
An ophthalmologist isn't necessarily looking to develop your glasses.
Than this, bro. You right? Smart and you running in circles.
No, you need to stay right there. Nobody's running. Nobody's running.
No, I said you running in circles. You trying to
no, Aoife, hold on, Aoife, are you drinking? Hold on, Aoife, are you drinking, bro?
He's been drinking.
I'm not drinking.
Are you sure? No, hold on. Are you sure, Aoife?
No,
you yelling. We being, especially after Grant just beat everybody up for years. I started thinking about the way I was acting on something. I said, "Oh shit!"
Okay. So I'm drinking now, and I'm drunk
because you hot. No, I'm saying you just throwing in comments, bro.
But what? Okay, other people weren't throwing in comments.
No, everybody did that after Grant made the great speech. We all stopped it immediately. We ain't want to be categorized like that. I say, damn, go ahead, Chef.
Okay.
All right, it says key scientific contributions. The theory of vision. He proved that we see because light. He proved, right? So if the source says he proved, that means he figured it out. All right, Cedric? All right, so he wasn't creating eyeglasses. Listen, it says he proved we see because light reflects off objects and enters our eyes. Intromission. right? Debunking the Greek idea, right? Then in optics, he was the first to correctly explain the anatomy of the eye and how it acts as an optical system. Thirdly, refraction and reflection. He studied how light bends through different mediums, water, glass, and formulated early versions of the law of reflection and refraction. Sources for this further reading to verify his practices and impact can be referred to in these primary, secondary sources. Primary works, his book of optics, Kitab el Menazir, right? And double concerning. So then he goes on, he got other things that he did, right? And it says, scholarly and historical sources, Ibn el-Haytham, the first scientist, by Bradley Stephens, a highly accessible biography that details his transition from a government official to a pioneer in the scientific method. Then it goes on to explain how he created a scientific method, right? Where he can test all of his shit, right? So how he wasn't doing science.
Well, Chef, now this is how you're going to learn to falsify your own position, right? Now you're going to ask your chat GPT, why is he not why is all of his work still not considered quote unquote science? Look what it says. That's how you falsify.
I can answer that without
We went through that yesterday.
Falsify your position.
Hold on, but
Chef,
brother,
falsify your own position.
Listen, I already know that all of his theories ain't scientific and ain't proven. The same way Newton.
Jeff, that's not what I asked.
That's it. He kills himself every time he come on here.
Everything that Newton did wasn't scientifically proven. Everything that Darwin did wasn't correct. Everything Einstein did wasn't correct. Scientists don't get everything right. Come on, bro. Like,
Chef, I'm asking you to do a very specific question and not dance around with the word scientific. I'm asking you, ask your boss,
I just answered
why is he not considered science? All of his work not considered quote unquote
I
science.
just told you why all of his work is not
do it
considered
in real
science.
time, Chef. Do it in real time.
No, brother. Hey, Cedric. I just answered why all his work ain't considered scientific.
So
I just showed you his work.
So you just did it. You just said.
What?
You know, scientists, all their work is scientific.
No, I mean proven. Everything wasn't right.
So you don't mean what you say. So give me
no, I don't.
You know why?
Hold on.
Because he didn't use the scientific method, the modern method.
Thank you very much.
That's why.
You don't want to say
That's why.
So how did he prove?
That's why. And you know why all the Newton stuff didn't work? Because he didn't use the scientific method and everything. And you know why Darwin stuff ain't work? Because he didn't use the scientific method and everything.
So
That's why.
modern scientists that use the scientific method, they still get stuff wrong. Bro, that don't even make sense. The scientific method does not make you infallible.
The scientific method makes you go back because it was disproven. Go back and do it again. That's the point of the method. When you stop and you think you got it because you didn't go through the whole steps.
I got y'all.
No, you don't, because you didn't go through the whole steps.
We got them.
So quick question.
Look at the scientific method. When it don't work, you go back. You go back and form a new hypothesis. You don't stop.
It's a quick question for you.
I heard that, bro.
You don't publish. You don't publish incomplete work.
Quick question for you. Do you?
So neuroscience is considered in the.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay. Do you for this chef? Do you consider this to be the sort of the line right here of the beginning of science, or you're saying that he's not the beginning of? Or I'm just trying to figure out what's.
I don't. I said I don't agree with the beginning of science. I don't have a beginning of science.
So at the beginning, so
that what we did, other people was doing. I'm saying human beings already. You're gonna figure that by how to do empirical. You're gonna figure that out anyway. You think? Yeah. I think human beings will come up with that right now. your state and your religious system can hinder that, right? They can put barriers up on that. But I think the very smart people in every civilization, they were doing this to a degree. I don't think that, you know what I mean?
There's your flaw right there, yo.
So also you're saying that there's really, because there's no line, we can make the assumption that pretty much the first scientific sort of methodology starts with the first Homo sapiens sapiens. It's like that's pretty much where science begins. Is that your hypothesis?
I wouldn't go that far. But I wouldn't draw a hard line in and
so where would that
asked me this question earlier. The other day.
Where would the soft line be then?
The soft line would actually be in Egypt because of their early written record of their diagnosis. Because we can see how they formulated their thought and came to conclusions. I'm saying early there, we can see it happening. You dig what I'm saying? But
so writing it down is what is your sort of methodology of what makes them scientific. They're what they understand the world to be.
Yeah, we can see it. We can see stages of it there also. Yeah.
So you would say that. So would you say that the passing of information prior to that was oral, correct? And it had to be somewhat precise, correct? Because they were building off of that.
Definitely.
Would that? How does that not? Because in essence, they're still sharing the information, even if they didn't have some formal writing. How do you then address that question?
No, so we can infer that looking back that they had transmissions of knowledge, right? They had figured things out. But I'm saying with the Egyptians in the early writing, we can look at theirs, right? We can see their formula.
Pseudo alert, you're unconscious there, bro.
So man,
definitely had to publish the pseudo alert on you, Chef. I didn't think you would ever get there, bro.
Crazy.
You can't get out your own way, yo.
Did you hear what
you just said? Did you just catch what you just said out your mouth?
What I say?
You don't have a line. Then you're by yourself. No one says that. No one acts. The historians, no, we're not. It don't even got to be a hard line. It can be a gradual thing. It's called a revolution. Think of the word revolution. Think of the Neolithic Revolution. At the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, all things weren't in place, but they was all rolling and coming together. Same thing with the scientific revolution. They had a lot of parts come together. Your man didn't have all the parts, yo. He had intricate parts of it. Right? There's still a few more things left here. Right? Remember I said that discovery of the new world. That's a piece there too.
So you keep moving.
I didn't move nothing. I'm saying
now you gotta discover the new world.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah.
Vision.
Yes.
Hold
you know
on.
what? You know why?
So he didn't understand vision.
No, he didn't.
Right?
He couldn't. No,
because he didn't know about America.
Yeah. He couldn't send a letter to America and say, yo, check this out.
Yo.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Hey, yo, catch what I'm saying. Listen, Islamic philosophers, yo. Okay? Listen what I'm saying, yo. They wasn't all on Greek philosophy. It's called Fasa. Am I right? Fasa. That's they was following the translated Greek text in Arabic, the Aristotelian traditions, right? And they had their own thing, a Kalam theology, right? But what I'm saying is they never broke away from all that completely. That's all I'm saying. They never did that. What happened was during the scientific revolution, Bacon and them was like, hold on, yo, we ain't thinking about none of that at all. That didn't happen. That's important. Remember I said it's part of them steps.
Newton and them believed in God and all of that.
That's not what I'm, see, you keep mixing that up. No one says that you cannot believe in God. Do you get that?
So
why y'all keep saying that?
Right,
because that's the position you. Did you hear what you said?
What you pushing,
I didn't push that. I'm gonna jump out.
If his scientific inquiry, right, did not put God in it.
But there's not a tradition of that. Listen to what I'm saying. You're doing the same thing that people do with the Evan Smith papyrus. You taking one guy, listen,
I can
you're
do
taking one
multiple
papyrus.
guys.
No, you can't, but you can't do a tradition of doing that.
Right,
you can't
now,
do an institutional,
right.
hold on.
So,
You cannot do an institutionalized thing
I
doing
agree.
that.
I agree. So look,
Okay, so
now,
then hold on. So then if you agree, if you agree, then I got you.
No, you
Because
don't.
that's
No,
what
you
we're
don't.
talking about.
No,
We're
you
talking
don't.
about it's right here. Listen, we said institutionalized, yo. We never broke away from that, yo. No one ever breaks. We say institutionalized, peer reviewed, all of that, bro. You need all that. You saying no? That's just something you're saying. That's not something we saying. That's what it is.
That's the scientific method.
Yeah, it's right here. Look, bro. Listen.
So
listen,
the Edwin papyrus isn't
I'm telling
considered
you.
the science.
Yo, you
the
can
beginning
do
of
you
No,
the
it's
can
not.
do
We went through.
science. You can do science without
No, you can't.
Bacon's,
Yeah, you can do. It ain't science then.
Scientific method. You can do
Just
science
say
without
just
that,
say
bro.
just say just
Without
say
that formalization, you can do that.
Institutionalizing of science, development of new fields, global collaboration. Look, bro. How the hell you gonna do global collaboration if you don't even know it's there yet? Think about that for a minute. How are you gonna have global collaboration, yo?
Yo, are you telling me
I'm
that
telling
when
you
that I'm telling you when even El Haytham went
slide out.
into
I said
his
my point.
laboratory, you're telling me he had to know that the new world or the Americas existed for him to figure out scientifically how vision work?
That's a mischaracterization of what he's saying.
Yeah, you mischaracterized. I'm ride with you.
Exactly. No,
You're mischaracterization. You're mischaracterizing the point.
Anonymous Supreme, stop. Just said
under which authority
to that question. So you can try to save them all you want.
I don't need no help. I don't need no help saving
you. He just trying to save you. You said exactly, bro.
Under which authority? Under
Go
which
ahead.
authority did the golden age of the Islamic expansion operate? What was the authority they operated on?
What Islamic authority? So, are you?
Now,
do you know that Europe was under Christian authority?
Right.
And
that catapulted.
That is the most.
So, hey, Muhammad.
Y'all you know better than this, Unc.
I know.
Science was under its own institution, right?
Bro,
that's what developed science, right? Because it was under its own institution, right?
No, are you crazy? Cedric, you're better than this.
All right, bro. We're gonna do this. Hold on, sir. Hey, Chef, we're gonna do this. Hold on, we're gonna do this, Chef. We've let you play in the sandbox long enough.
Europe. We
this
call
is
it
what I'm
Christian
saying.
Europe.
Hey, Chef, at this point, bro, I gave you the way you wanted to do it. Now you got to do it our way. Go get that damn source to say what you just said. I bet you don't have it.
Say what?
To say that the people at the House of Wisdom was practicing science. Go get that.
I said Ibn al-Haytham was.
So you saying you riding the whole nation on one man, get out of here. Go get that. Go get that. Go get that. No, go get that source. Go get that source.
No, you go get it. Look it up.
I thought you had it, so you ain't ready.
I do got it.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me.
Bro,
he ain't got no source in
that's a different conversation.
I'm up here freestyling.
No, he freestyling. Yeah, again, he freestyling.
Yeah, I'm freestyling.
What would
you feel me?
That's why I let you do your thing.
Hold on. You already know I'm the source.
You the source? Man, think it, man.
How long have you been dealing with me?
After all that, see? Hey, you see that you back, though. Yeah, right?
Can I say something off with all due respect? Do we still have Islamic countries today?
What?
Are they Islamic countries today?
No, not at all. They all disappeared. No.
When? When?
What you mean? Man, when?
It's Islamic countries today, and they using the modern scientific method, not the shit from 500 years ago.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
From 1200. They not using those methods from 1200 AD or whenever the House of Wisdom was in place.
The House of Wisdom is part of the scientific
So do they have a theocracy?
It's part of it.
That's what we trying to tell you. It's part
That's
of
my
it. It ain't
point.
complete.
It is part. It's part of it.
It's not science. Part of
Science
science
is
ain't
an
science.
ongoing endeavor of humans. Do y'all get that? It's an ongoing endeavor of humanity. And
As a matter of fact,
everything that go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, I really cut you off. I apologize, but actually, science progressed because of Christianity. Do you understand that? It was heavily involved. No, you think you think that's funny?
Yes.
So what
it progressed in spite of
what
it.
caused the scientific revolution? What catapulted the scientific revolution?
Okay, so
was it religion?
So one of the things I think that needs to be understood, one of the earliest writers, correct? So the writing, correct? So the print, it comes because of religiosity, correct? And so I'm helping you. I'm going to help you. The earliest schools of thought. So yes, it's important that we do this. So when the only place that you can go to sort of have some formal way of learning is going to be in schools that are funded by the churches, because this is the structures that they have in Europe at the time. So obviously we live in a modern world where we have public schooling and it's paid by tax dollars. And so that's the structure we live within. But back then they didn't have this structure. And so you'd also have to think about the church had both a conservative and liberal wings of them. The more conservative wings of the churches were often the ones who were very contentious when it comes to learning. And the more liberal wings of the church were often the ones who were
like this dude
pushing forward. Now, one of the things when you think about the scientific revolution and sort of the Enlightenment age, one of the things that allowed for the explosion of knowledge in that particular period is because they were offloading the shackles of their religiosity. So in essence, instead of sort of having sort of their hands tied because of being tethered to religiosity, it really did allow for this sort of these different ideas to come together without these constraints, and which is a very important fact to understand, which is even more insane. So while Europe is exporting their religiosity to, in essence, enslave the minds of people on other continents, they were throwing those shackles off, which gave them a huge advantage when you begin to see this scientific revolution. I think we have to make sure we understand the context in which things were happening and not think that just because it was mandated by religion, because ultimately the religions pretty much they were the ones who controlled the governments at the time. And so they had a lot of influence, but their influence was largely because they held the purse. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there weren't scientific
you're off topic. I said, didn't the scientific revolution, was it actually fueled and expanded by religious motivation? That's actually what I'm talking about in that context.
Yes, but you also have to think about it in this.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, so one of the things that's important that when we have yes or no answers, there are contexts to them, and so
that's what I'm saying. And the whole argument is just like Bell did the same thing.
So when you think about early Islam, it was not all of them were like we imagine the modern Islamic states look today. Islam didn't look like that at the beginning. And so you have to make sure you understand it within the context of the time. And so we make sure we understand that. And even when you make the book about the current Islamic states, correct? And I think you were trying to make the position that they are very rigid, which I would agree with you on some instances. But one of the problems that you still run into is that these are highly fractured in environments. And a lot of them actually spent most of their time not being under these very strict rules. And so there was this separation between their sort of Islamic faith and their state systems. It's only recently that the more rigid versions of Islam has shown back up in the Middle East. And it's important to understand that distinction. And so, yes, science has been able to mature without the sort of constraints of Islam. And yes, now that Islam has taken a much more, rigid approach in the Middle East, they do control a lot, but that does not mean scientific method has fundamentally changed.
Right. But can I ask you this? I don't want to move too far off because this will make it seem crazy when I move to the Kavarka Society, right? because a lot of people talk about the Greeks separated religion from science, but actually they weren't the first to do that, because you deal with the Indians, the Asian Kavaka society actually were the first to separate religion from science. So when you look at that time period, you get an understanding that they had the rigors and all that it just wasn't synthesized at that time. I think we just look at the 17th century, everything being documented, written down, and they gathered all this information together, and we say, okay, that's science. Do you understand? I mean, I might be wrong. See, I'm gonna be honest.
But Chef just but by that Chef just said that the Egyptians wrote it down, therefore it's the demarcation for science. So even the person that agrees with you on your argument laid out that argument. So how do you?
No,
I
said Egyptian. I made that. Actually, Chef said that science. He didn't make a demarcation line for it.
He actually did. He said that his if he had to pick one, it would be the Egyptians.
And okay.
He wrote that down.
Well, let's look at it this way.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are missing when we look back with the Egyptians. We see something called the Edwin Papyrus, and we say that's the smoking gun, but we don't know what happened. Like, it's just so many things that are just missing. So until we can put everything together and we can find, I mean, most certainly these guys.
What do you think is missing? What do you think is missing?
Well, because then you get a period where you don't hear anything afterwards, right?
But why do you like, what makes you believe that something is missing in that silence?
I just like when you look at the Dark Ages, was it really the Dark Ages?
Yes.
Or were people suppressing science?
That wasn't it.
That was
it wasn't published.
It wasn't dark because of that. It was that as a
knowledge production.
Well, dark would mean that.
No, dark with writing history. Damn, I'm trying to tell you, bro. No. Let me tell you what it is. It's simply saying they don't even like to use the term no more. They was basically just saying that they
when they use the term
knowledge, man. They basically saying they wasn't producing a whole lot of literature, yo. That's all. So it was dark.
Okay,
but they don't like using that term.
That means that it was dark as far as them understanding how natural phenomena.
I just told you what it was.
Okay, I understand that, but what I'm saying, when we say these things, dark ages and things, it's the same thing.
You have to know the context of it.
Right. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Context.
Are we getting somewhere? You seem to be the only one getting somewhere, though.
Well, if I'm saying context and you just said that,
I said you got to understand what the dark age. You think people are gonna? If you think it's people in the cave, don't you talking about?
Yeah, but you can explain these dips in intellectual, like in sort of the intellectual pursuits, correct? You can actually see it in a modern context. You can see it in sort of the boogeymans that are being created by, we live in a modern world and highly scientific. But you then enter to a world where there is a ton of strife and people are feeling differently. And so people turn to more anti-scientific ways of thinking and start going towards more supernatural and religiosity to explain things. And so you can end up in a place where you're ultimately not driving towards a more scientific thinking. You end up with a population that is highly either functionally illiterate, highly unscientific, and is very gullible to nonsense. And when you get enough that to spread throughout your population, you can easily go from being tops in the world in scientific discoveries to being in the middle and then find yourself at the bottom. And so this is going to happen. It can happen. It happens to many, different societies. We no longer talk about the Romans in the sense they don't exist. We don't talk about the Greeks in this sense because they exist in the sense of there's a place called that, but there isn't a lot of scientific discoveries coming out of those places for a variety of reasons. So those are good ways of explaining it. There are different ways that are analogous to what happened in what you were referring to as the Dark Ages, but it isn't a mystery to people who understand human history. And so it's one thing to acknowledge that it happened. It's another thing for you to sort of weave it in and out of your argument, because unfortunately we understand what the Dark Ages were, and we have analogies today that help explain that phenomenon.
Well, let's be honest. Aren't we both weaving into, make our argument sound?
No, my arguments are cogent.
So your argument
you can follow my arguments pretty well, and it's pretty easy. I think the difference is I think you have a broad understanding of the world. I clearly think you are attempting to read a lot, and you're taking a lot of information in, and I can tell that you're on probably a lot of these streams. I also think the part is you often are filling the gaps with speculation, and that is where you sort of where you end up missing the arguments. And I'm not saying that in a pejorative way. I'm not trying to speak.
No. I didn't take it. Go ahead, bro.
What I'm just saying is, like, we understand how civilizations collapse. And so if you imagine when large power centers collapse, this has it reverberates throughout that area. So you can look at when the Ottoman Empire falls, when you look at the Roman Empire falls, you begin to see that the areas around them, it becomes a blast zone. And so I think there are some contexts that you miss when you sort of read that the Dark Ages exist, and it feels like these gaps are mysterious. But if you understand contextually how things collapse, I think you'll be able to not necessarily lean on those in your arguments, and while also pushing forward. I think what you're trying to do are arguments for your position. I just think I was trying to provide you with
that's not what I'm trying to say. Is science just didn't come out of a vacuum all of a sudden. I think it was a worldly around the world. I'm not just saying Egyptians. I'm saying the Asians were involved. We're talking about the Arabs. We're talking about cumulative, right? When we say cumulative, it came from somewhere. We're standing on the shoulders of other people who did the research and observations and things like that. But when it became synthesized, it became a modernist perspective that it has to go by this code to say that it's science. I'm just saying, and like I'm saying, I'm being fair. You all can say, hey man, this guy is just crazy. He's wrong. But I'm opposing it. I'm using academics. I'm making an academic opposition to what you're saying, and it's not saying you're wrong. I think it's just contextual. So if we put it in certain context, yeah, okay, we can say the ancients weren't using science because they didn't call themselves scientists, and then now we call them natural philosophers, and we go on and on and on. This argument has been for a month, right? And I'm a part of the argument. I'm a part of the problem. But the point is,
right. I'm glad you admitted that.
No.
Can I say this? Can I say this?
Not in a bad sense. Not in a bad sense, though. But go ahead.
Can I say? See, y'all have this thing like they're just arbitrarily.
But I'm drunk.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish.
I just threw that in there. I'm drunk. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sound like you were drunk and shit.
I get hyper at times. That's all. But go ahead.
All right. Part of the issue is, damn, you threw me off.
No, I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Man. Yeah, you did.
See, that's what happens to me, and I get called
with
drunk.
the drunk John. You did. You threw me off.
But I get
control. But on some real shit. No, all right, I got it. Part of the issue is y'all just thinking people are arbitrarily picking the 1700s, and y'all are, and it's triggering y'all to think Europe. It's not the fact that it's Europeans. It's the fact that over time we figured out that we kind of, I don't want to say perfected, but we developed the methodology to the point where our knowledge base exploded and the things that we were discovering exploded. So it's not like they just picked an arbitrary point. They picked an arbitrary point where we had hundreds of thousands of years of information and data at our disposal, and we finally said, okay, we're finally at the point where we have these 6 coherent steps that if we follow these, wash, rinse, repeat, if we follow this, we will eventually get to an actual fact. And that's what makes it science. It's not just that we're arbitrarily picking a point where it's Europeans and it's the 17th century and it just so happened it happened in Europe. That's not the point. The point is that the methodology was developed to the point where our discoveries were valid. And that's really it.
So let me read this source right here. Encyclopedia Britannica. It says the first really serious blow to the traditional acceptance of ancient authorities was the discovery of the New World. At the end of the 15th century, Ptolemy, the great astronomer, geographer, had insisted that only the 3 continents of Europe, Africa, and Asia could exist. And Christian scholars from St. Augustine on had accepted it. For otherwise, men would have walked upside down at the anthropods. Wait a minute. Listen closely. I'll say this again. Very, very important. Ptolemy, the great astronomer and geographer, had insisted that only 3 continents of Europe, Africa, and Asia could exist. And Christian scholars from St. Augustine on had accepted it. Why did they accept it? For otherwise, men would have to walk upside down at the anthropods. But Ptolemy and St. Augustine and a host of other authorities were wrong. The dramatic expansion of the known world also served to stimulate the study of mathematics for wealth. Now they got a reason why we got to go hard on the math. We got to stimulate that. Why? For wealth and fame awaited those who could turn navigation into a real trustworthy science. So that's why now you got to have a reason. Remember I told y'all that? I said slavery, money, and all that. Yo, they had a push now. But wait a minute. You knew they knew during the Islamic period that the earth was not flat. Y'all do know that, right? They was thinking that if you was over there, you'd be walking upside down with 2. If they had science, they wouldn't have said it. They would have known. They would have understood it. This is the point we're making. I'll bring the last source right here. Wikipedia. The discovery of the Americas at the close of the 15th century, watch this, showed the scholars of Europe that new discoveries could be found outside of the authoritative works of the Aristotelian, Pliny, Galen, and other ancient writers. Wait a minute. The people at the House of Wisdom, they had not knocked down all the authority of Aristotle and them and the Platonists. They had challenged pieces of it. They did all that, but it was still there in the cracks. And I'm saying, man, come on, man. You need all this to get you to that point. They had that last push. Hate to say it, money. Where did they get the money from? They got the money from slavery. Where did they get the push from? Why the mathematical push? We trying to get better navigation equipment. We trying to run this. Trying to run that checkup. Hey man, go figure this shit out. And we're gonna put as much money as possible in it. Yeah, they had a reason to do it. We hate to say it. We don't want to say it, but that's the truth, man. Remember I talked about the global trade? What was the global trade? Slavery. That's the global trade. Now we got to get to places, yo. We got to get there quicker, faster. We need better navigation equipment. We can't be losing the cargo. We got to do it. And oh, by the way, we ain't listen to the crazy authority no more because they ain't even know this was over here. The fluoro, and fauna we had never seen before. Why didn't the Greek authorities know this? Why didn't the naturalists know this? Why didn't they know this? Because they didn't know they didn't know. Well, damn it, we better figure out a system that will tell you when you don't know. Find a system that will tell you when you don't know what you think you know. This is the difference between what they almost had at the House of Wisdom and would end up maturing in Europe. I end my case right there, man. So I just think it's important for us to stay serious at what we're doing sometimes. We don't got to play with this. I think stop trying to figure out why or what or who. What we do know from the two gentlemen that's on the panel.
If you paid attention,
y'all don't got no damn source. Y'all talking off the top of your head. And so Ibn, man, he was close, yo. How they say it though? Close, bro.
No cigar.
And in it, let's say he was. Let's say I give you that, chef. But guess what, yo? He's just one guy, yo. I can show you institutions.
I can show you multiple though,
Go get it. Go get it. Don't show me. Don't talk to the devil.
Hold on.
No.
We got him.
I'm gonna have it tomorrow. I'm gonna have it tomorrow.
We got El Charismi, right? We got El Asina, right? It's multiple. It was a school. He wasn't one man by himself. But Europeans don't even say he wasn't a scientist. That's the thing. Y'all saying it.
I ain't say nothing.
No, y'all saying that he wasn't a scientist, but Europeans credit him as being a scientist. So
go find the tape.
Play the clip. Y'all making these statements.
Play the clip. Play the clip.
Listen, it's y'all making these statements.
Remember you do that, right? If I said that about who? I ain't even heard. I've never heard the names of people you talking about, Chef.
Right, exactly. But saying that science didn't start into the scientific revolution.
I'm saying honest source. Then you're saying that. No, Chef.
You said it.
Everybody can actually see what you're doing. You ain't gonna call me and scam me today, bro.
So,
I asked you a very distinct question. What I said was, Chef, go get that goddamn source to say that the House of Wisdom started a scientific revolution. Because you know you said that, right? Go get that. I don't
That's not what he said.
Go get that. Go get that.
You doing your
Cedric, can you tell him I ain't say that?
If you go back to my presentation, I talked about the problem with authority in the natural philosophy, right? That was a problem. And Ankh illustrated the problem. So the Aristotelian school of authority, which lasted over 2,000 years, was destroyed by world travel. That cumulative is the collection of data from around the world.
I love your history.
It forced a paradigm shift in thinking. Your PhD today is a doctor in philosophy. If you don't have that foundation of philosophical thought, that framework, you're not there. The Arabs had an authoritative framework. It didn't, their system was not outside of Islam. Islam imposed limitations on what they can do. The authority remained supernatural, and you don't get that.
Did Islam stop him from figuring out how vision work?
I don't care.
Huh?
I mean, at this point now,
did the Quran stop him from figuring out how vision worked? Did that stop his scientific inquiry and his discovery? It didn't. So what?
I don't care.
Y'all gotta stop.
I don't care. I ain't stopping nothing.
Y'all got
you can't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You should have a whole book. I'm saying, why is it that we can produce thousands of books that say
just know that I know you better than this?
No. I'm saying is what you can do is you can play the game, you can smooth talk with the barbershop cut on it. But what you can't do is you can find an authoritative source that backs what you're saying. That the scientific revolution actually started in medieval at the House of Wisdom.
I didn't
you
say
can't
that.
find that. But you need to say it. But you have to say it. Because that's what we're talking about. I'm gonna say this again, bro. I'm gonna say this again. Hey, bro, listen. You can't double talk. Can't
if it
double
wasn't
talk,
no
bro.
science before the scientific
Can't double
revolution,
talk.
then how
Can't
could
double talk.
Ethan L. Hot,
I don't even know
how
what
could
you're
they
talking
be doing
about.
science then?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How
Have no
could they be
idea.
doing science?
You're incoherent. I rest my case for that.
So his discovery of vision.
I don't know.
How
That's
vision
all.
wasn't
He
science.
talking to you, sir. He ain't talking to me.
So, Chef, the question again.
They don't call it science,
falsify your own position. Falsify your own position. Figure out why they weren't practicing.
You figure it out, Cedric.
I'll even give you the pre-modern form.
Figure it out.
Hang on. I'll even give you the Ibn was doing the pre-modern form. I'll even give you that. What you can't have is that matured science.
Listen,
they would call that man a natural philosopher.
Did his science figure out how vision worked?
I don't know.
Was it correct? Was it correct?
Did he just figure out how to build a 10-ton structure? Was they correct? Did it fall down?
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. It's still standing.
Don't mean they practice.
It's still standing.
It's still standing.
No, but they figured out. They figured out vision.
Did the caveman know how to build fire?
Science.
Did the caveman know how to build fire? Did the caveman figure out how to reproduce fire?
How about farming?
That's technology, bro. I said.
Oh, is farming science, Chef? Though, is farming science?
Y'all just trying to beat me up.
Yeah, you
I don't know Grant. I don't know Grant, and I don't know Preem. So I'm gonna let them. You dig? If they say I'm wrong, then I'll just take it that I'm wrong.
All right, I'm setting up. I'm
out
of it. Go ahead, Preem and Grant. I'm out of it.
Don't like me or something.
Yeah, that's part of it. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah,
right.
You got that right. So it might be my box.
Cooking and you don't need science to cook and farm, bro.
I ain't say nothing about cooking and farming.
So I guess what I'm hearing is that you're saying that the Europeans are acknowledging the Islamic scientists, correct? Yeah. From your analysis. Mm-hmm. So we can just do away that the Europeans have manufactured their supremacy through this modern scientific methodology or demarcation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can we get that acknowledgement? Okay. And then you're saying that there were methodologies within this Islamic scientific community that is a definable methodology that you are defining as science, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And do you perceive that as being a changeover in the sort of lineage of science in which this was a leap at that moment?
And the written records of that time, yes, they do make that distinction because of their questioning and of the authority of Aristotle in them and redefining, certain theories and stuff that Aristotle and them has set forth.
So you're saying for you in this particular case that the feature of their science is really they're applying this idea of questioning what has came before and testing whether or not that those prior hypotheses are true. And then you're saying that is broadly speaking a methodology that is now the defining pillar for the current what we now say modern science.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but do you think anyone prior, and so you're saying no one prior to them were doing this?
No, I've never said that.
No, I'm asking. I didn't say you did. I'm asking the question.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure people figured those things out before the Islamic period, like discoveries and different things. Yeah, they, it had to be happening, right? Okay. Like I said, it's a continuation. Science is a continuation, is a human endeavor. Like it doesn't start at one place.
That's ready to share my screen out.
Yeah, by the way, man, shout out to Sarnetta, man. I just got off the phone from him, man. He had his sister. I don't like to really talk about it. Y'all know what happened with his sister, man. I don't want to really get into it, man. His older sister. No, his younger sister, right? But, just shout out to Sarnetta, man, this time of morning, man. So, ain't nothing but love, man. Big up to the bro, to the home. I don't believe y'all still talking to him. I ain't talking to him. He's just talking off the top of his damn head. He's a professional arguer, for sure. He'll never be. He is the source. When niggas say that, we can't hear you, Chef. He He a professional arguer. That's madness for real. He ain't even supposed to be in the conversation that long.
Yeah, I'm gonna put an
Get
end
me
to
out of
this
there.
because
you is out of there. You been what, dead man? What?
So look at the question. Why is the Islamic golden age not science? So we're not confused, right? Because I'm stating that clearly. It's not science. This is a really important distinction. And it fits directly into your broader argument about what counts as science versus advanced knowledge and technique. Short answer, the so-called Islamic golden age produced brilliant scholarship, mathematics, medicine, and technology. But it is not science in the modern sense because it did not fully operate under methodological naturalism. Now, let's break it down. What they did achieve, be fair and accurate. Scholars in places like Baghdad, Gobota, and Cairo made major contributions, right? Optics, experimental methods, algebra, medicine, philosophy, Aristotelian commentary, which means they were consistently authoritative at this point as well. Preserved and expanded Greek knowledge, especially Aristotle. So the system of authoritative work, which means not tested, but authoritative, still remain the foundation, not science. Develop mathematical systems, improve astronomical observation, and practice advanced medical practice. Sorry. Key issues. What defines science? Modern science is not just knowledge or being correct sometimes. It is grounded in methodological naturalism. Only natural causes allowed, systematic experimentation, controlled testing, and falsifiability. Institutionalized skepticism, separation from theology and metaphysics. Why the Islamic golden age falls short of modern science? A, it was still embedded in theology. Right there, my conversation is over. Knowledge was pursued within the Islamic worldview, not independent of it, which you already confirmed, Chef. Nature was often understood as reflecting divine power. Inquiry had limits imposed by religious doctrine. No full methodological naturalism. Even the most advanced thinkers did not universally reject supernatural explanations, did not enforce natural only causes as a rule, did not enforce only natural causes as a rule. Now, I'm not going to go any further. I'm going to stop sharing, but I'm going to say this is the academic discipline required when having these conversations. It is very strict. It is very narrow. Opening it up to all kind of things is going to lead to the confusion that we've been unnecessarily having because of individuals being undisciplined and unwilling to stick to the parameters because of emotional attachment. This has nothing to do with Eurocentrism, have nothing to do with any of that. We acknowledge every facet of it. In my two presentation, I explained by means of a pyramid, nonetheless, how the foundation is knowledge. Knowledge is our rational behavior. With that rationality, it led to the development of technology. The Egyptians were renowned for their technological advancement. Also, don't forget the Chinese and the West Africans, who were excellent builders, right? Let's not forget them. Their technological advancement were based on their practical application of knowledge. And this system refined was necessary. Without it, you do not get the development of these schools of thought. And you see right there that the Islamic order was enforcing that philosophical framework of authoritative denotation. It is so because Al-Brahim said it. It is so because Aristotle said it, not based on the falsifiability and independent testing. It was authoritative. That right there is natural philosophy, and you're not there yet by over 2,000 years, Chef. There's no other way to explain.
Does those parameters that
Hold on for a minute.
that your
Who is in
chat
the chat,
GPT.
man? Hold on for a minute. Man, I talked to damn Sarnetti. We got to debate them out. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about here, man? Do I got to show you the phone call at 879 to prove that? This is the problem, bro. The believing brain, man. The believing brain is wild. It's wild. Stop trying to produce rumors about a person, yo. The man is good, yo. Damn. What the hell's going on? Go ahead, yo. I ain't mean to break your train of thought, but guy, just keep going. Just talk. And of course. Man. Boy. Go ahead, Chef. My fault.
Cedric, would that criteria that you laid out,
Oh, damn, again.
would some of those things
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
on there eliminate Newton?
Newton is what we call the epistemic rupture, right? Although Newton engaged in a lot of what we would consider today pseudoscientific activity and a religious doctrine, what he produced was a formula, and in that formula he stated clearly, I place no hypothesis of a God, right? So we know today that his work was incomplete, and it required Einstein laws of relativity to actually make it make sense. But because he had a gap, the God of the gaps, he posited no hypothesis of a God. This was instrumental. So the methodological naturalism and the scientific method was not one point. It was also developed, right? Falsification came into the equation. Darwin's contribution was a novel testable prediction, something no one ever saw. So these aspects accumulated in what we call modern science, right? So at the point you get that shift in thinking, the combustion engine, you see the development from the F1, right, from the 4T model to the super hypercars we have today, right? But this is part of that scientific revolution.
So
again, let me say this. I'm just saying that they major contribution, was within predominantly the Greek framework, rather than redefine a new era in science, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. That, like, you can just go to Cambridge for that.
Yeah, still authoritative.
Yeah, I mean, they call them naturalists, yo. They're natural philosophers, yo. That's what it was called. So if you think that's just European doing it, then that's what it is, bro. I can't fight.
So that framework, Cedric, you saying it would exclude Newton out of being a scientist or practicing science?
Newton already operated under the premise of methodological naturalism. In his work, right, that law of how the motions, he posited no hypothesis of and for a God. That was instrumental. He represented that epistemic break.
So show me in L. Hytham's optics where he put God in there.
I mean, what is that?
It's not his hypothesis. It's the framework under which he operated.
But we do have his framework.
Right? His framework was authoritative. That was in the era of natural philosophy. He's a natural philosopher in the classics of all classic sense. It was authoritative. Aristotle said this, and I'm expanding on what Aristotle said. Now, Aristotle was wrong. I am right because of X, Y, Z. Not fundamentally based on a testable a system of testing peer review. That was not the case. They're not there yet. They're not just simply not there yet. And we just read it, Chef. We just read it. They're not there yet. Major contributions. Without it, we don't get there. Without our empiricism as human beings, we do not create or develop societies. Without herbalism being transmitted, right, systematically and correctly, we do not get the continuity of humanity. But that doesn't make it science. It is empirical, though. It is systematic, though. But it's not science. Two different questions. Herbology, it works, versus pharmacology. What are the components? What are the active ingredients? These are philosophically two different frameworks. You get it?
All right. Yeah,
Just
y'all
didn't
got it.
complete it. That's all. That's the only point. He started it, but his process didn't take it to where it needed to be, to where we can advance to the point we are now. He played a pivotal role. Nobody trying to take that away from him. But he started the cake, but he left in the middle of it. Somebody else came, finished it, and you know what I mean? They get the credit for finishing the cake. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, he had all them
I don't see why it's a problem, because we've been saying the same thing from the beginning.
Yeah, he was close, no cigar.
Yeah, he was close. He wasn't. We not trying to take nothing away from him. But the fact is, even his own people not using his methods no more. They using the modern methods because they were added on. It was something missing that wasn't. It was something missing that just wasn't getting it all the way there. And it just so happens. And let me say this. Notice when we talking about scientific advancements, and when we talking about the location where these things happen, it's always the country or the empire that's at the top. It's the Egyptians, it's the Persians, the Sumerians, whatever you want to call that region. It's the Chinese, it's the Indus Kush region. It's, you know what I mean? It's always the guys that's on top. And why is that? It's because they have a societal foundation in place. They have a relative level of peace. They have the resources, and and most of all, they have the willingness to actually take these endeavors and say, you know what, I'm going to sit still for a minute and try to figure these things out. So
what that say? That say yesterday, because niggas still running their mouth. What that say? 8:53 p.m. Who that? Sarnetta.
Sir.
Right. Y'all to be tripping. Nigga, I hate YouTube for real, yo. People say anything, man. Get on there. I'm in New York. Man, stop it. Knock it off, man. Y'all tripping, bro. Crazy work. Humanity is a trip. So, hey Steph, you don't care to get that? Like, you play you is the source. You don't get it. Like, you think it's a conspiracy to stop the Muslims from getting it? What you think? Give me how you really feel. You think it's framing it that way? You think it's that?
I think it's a way of framing it, and I think y'all framing it.
Whoa. Encyclopedia, everything. I'm not. You can't put that on us, yo.
No. Is y'all rigid agreement to it? Listen.
So we agree with the experts, so we wrong.
Okay, I got you.
Is y'all rigid agreement to it without the pushback in light of information? Hold on, in light of information.
I can't push back against. I ain't a scholar. Push back against nothing.
You've been the pushback guy since I know you. Now
I've been the pushback guy.
Now you to lay down.
No, I've been the pushback against. I've been the pushback against y'all pseudos. I'm the nigga who pushed back and said the Egyptians was indigenous Africans using scholarship in academia. I pushed back against the foolery. I pushed back against Wu John and Saul when they became the experts. I pushed back against y'all when y'all claimed that Egypt was Mediterranean and played this wild mixed up game. I'm that guy. I'm not the guy that pushes back against the experts. You are the source, remember? I'm not the source.
No.
I'm the pushback guy against misinformation, bro. I'm not the pushback guy when you got good solid information that the scholarly consensus. I don't go against the consensus. Come on, bro.
No, I
don't even like that framework.
Go against the framing, right? No, I thought you go against the framing. Look, when is Egypt a part of the Mediterranean? You agree to that. But guess what you kept telling us? Yeah, Chef, but you can't frame it that way. You said, I don't like the way y'all framing it. Because when you frame you said, I don't like the way you're framing it.
No, chef.
And then you said you gotta explain it like this. And if you don't explain it like this,
because your framing makes it a lie.
I ain't messing with it. Right. So
no. Hold on. It's my framing. I'm not framing anything.
Yes.
I'm saying y'all was framing it. I wasn't framing it. Hey, bro, if it ain't nobody in the
source, go get the source that says science start with the scientific revolution or modern science.
What?
That's why they call it the scientific revolution.
That's what they call the scientific revolution, yo.
No. So listen, go get the source that says science starts with the scientific revolution or modern science.
I like to play like you.
I bet you y'all can't go get that. I'm gonna play y'all game.
I am the source. Nah, you gotta play the game first. You ain't even in the game.
I bet you can't do it. I bet
you can't. I bet I can't.
I bet you exactly.
So, I'm the source.
So that's why y'all framing it wrong. So if y'all know y'all can't go get a source that says science starts with the scientific revolution and modern science, then I'm writing the sweet part. I'm writing the sweet pocket.
Wait. Man, can y'all talk to this man, yo? What the hell is the scientific revolution then?
Man, I just Googled it. Modern science is generally considered to have started with the scientific revolution, a transformative period spanning the 16th to 18th centuries in Europe. It began around the mid-1500s with the major turning point being the 1543 publication of Copernicus on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres, and it solidified with the 1687 publication of Isaac Newton's Principia.
Did I ever do anything to you?
No, we talking the facts, Brody.
Why Unc and Cedric don't like
we talking facts.
Historical movement, most scholars.
You asked for a source and I just gave it. How do I got something against you?
Because you asked the complete opposite.
I asked you. You said when did it start? That's what this said. It started at the scientific revolution, bruh.
I ain't never heard.
I said go get the source that says science starts with the scientific revolution and modern science.
I literally just read that.
No, I literally just read that. Modern science. You put where does modern science start at?
All right.
That's what you did.
What? All right. Okay. What is this? Okay.
Wait a minute. Now he's flipping back. Get out.
No, I'm gonna go get it again. Now I'm gonna go get it again.
Science is what it is.
Now I know Bream don't like me. So now I know Bream don't like me. So all right. So you on that side?
No, you playing that wild game. You playing a wild game.
All right, now here you go, bro.
Me.
Can I say I found
that is crazy.
The roots of science can be traced to early Egyptian and Mesopotamian civilization, which used observation to track celestial movement and seasonal changes, while ancient Greek philosophers established the early natural science philosophies. Modern science emerged during the scientific revolution in the 16th and 17th centuries.
Period.
Same thing we saying. They laid the roots. They laid the foundation.
Bro, you did not. You know what?
No, you making a fake. Hey, yo, you don't hear him fake you. I used to call it a scam right now. You running the 3-car mile.
I just no matter how you look at
it. He think it's another science. See, Chef Science says it's another science. He thinks it's another science than it's modern science.
But this science, you don't gotta say modern science because it's implicit in science.
Correct.
It is
because science is not an ancient thing. It's modern.
I'm gonna prove this because y'all tripping.
Oh God, this.
Well, anyway, I got the Needham question right here, yo.
Okay.
Serious work right here. You see it? You can see it, right? Can you see this?
Yeah,
you want to read it? Can you see it good? I'm about to read it.
Yeah, I can see it. The Needham question in comparative perspective. China, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Greece in the history of science. Core idea. The problem is not whether ancient civilizations had knowledge, mathematics, medicine, astronomy, or technology. The problem is why the specific early modern form of mathematically formulated, experimentally reinforced, institutionally reproduced science emerged first in Europe rather than in other advanced civilizations. Egypt, long-lasting scribal and practical traditions in medicine, mathematics, surveying, astronomy, and engineering. Mesopotamia, powerful mathematical and astronomical traditions embedded within wider scribal scholarship, including divination and medicine. Greece, strong in ancient traditions of explicit natural philosophy and deductive theorizing. China, major technical achievements and learned traditions that framed the classic Needham puzzle.
Read that statement right there. Put that statement there on purpose.
The handout treats the Needham question as a comparative historiographical problem, not as a claim that ancient societies lack sophisticated knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
We keep saying the same thing. All right, Needham question in comparative perspective. What the Needham questions ask? The Needham question is named after Joseph Needham, who worked on Chinese science, drew attention to a major historical puzzle. China generated deep traditions of learning and impressive technical achievements. Yet, the specific transformation historians call the scientific revolution took shape in early modern Europe rather than in China. Modern scholarship treats this less as a single riddle with one answer and more as a cluster of comparative questions about institutions, methods, intellectual goals, and definitions of science itself. That framing matters because the question is often misunderstood. It is not asking whether China or any other ancient civilization had knowledge of nature. I'm going to read this question again. That framing matters because the question is often misunderstood. It is not asking whether China or any other ancient civilization had knowledge of nature. It asks why advanced civilization with strong records in astronomy, mathematics, medicine, engineering, and administration did not generate the same historically specific package that later characterized early modern European science. Abstract reasoning, quantitative analysis, systematic experimentation, and durable institutions for validating new claims. A useful distinction. Advanced knowledge traditions. A useful distinction. Advanced knowledge traditions can include practical mathematics, astronomy, medicine, engineering, calendars, textual scholarship, and skilled observation. Let that resonate for just a second. Early modern, modern science adds stronger coupling of mathematic formulation, experimental testing, explicit natural law style explanation, MN, that's what I keep referring to, and social authority for scientific knowledge.
That's
In
true.
other words, the Neiman question, yes. In other words, the Neiman question becomes clearer when we stop treating all sophisticated pre-modern knowledge as if it were simply an earlier, incomplete version of the 17th century European science. This is the sentence of the century. Y'all don't know how important this sentence is. I'm going to read that one more time. In other words, the Needham question becomes clearer when we stop treating all sophisticated pre-modern knowledge as if it were an earlier, simpler, were simply an earlier, incomplete version of the 17th century European science. That is that thing y'all do with modern versus ancient science. See, this is what y'all do. And it's not that. It's not an incomplete version. Stop it. Why Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and China belong in the same comparative group? Placed in same comparative perspective. Placed in comparative perspective, the Needham questions broadens into a general history of science problem. Why did several ancient high civilizations produce durable and sometimes very advanced traditions of knowledge? Yet only early modern European Europe produced the particular institutional and methodological transformation later labeled modern science. Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and China represent four different ways of organizing expertise. Authoritative, Greek, textual transmission, Egypt, an inquiry into the natural world, natural philosophy. Continue.
Everybody had a contribution. It's that, hey man.
The comparative matrix, Egypt, civilization, Egypt, main strengths, typical intellectual setting, why it matters for the Needham question. Okay, Egypt, medicine, mathematics, surveying, calendrics, architecture, and practical astronomy. Does everybody agree with that? We're not denying that, right? We clear?
No.
All right. Mesopotamia, highly developed mathematics, omens, literature, astronomy, and scholarly record keeping. High science, really high intelligence, right? This is sophisticated work. Greece, natural.
Go straight across. Go across. Go for the
Okay.
main strength, typical intellectual setting, and why it matters for the Needleman
Okay,
question.
let's go across. So in Egypt, you have medicine, mathematics, surveying, calendrics, architecture, and practical astronomy. That was the typical intellectual setting was scribal and court-centered tradition, knowledge embedded in cultural and administrative frameworks rather than modern disciplinary boundaries. Shows that stability, effective long-duration knowledge systems do not automatically become modern science.
Yeah, see, yeah, and I'll do one with the golden age. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna work that up.
So now we're going to Mesopotamia. Highly developed mathematics, omens, literature, astronomy, and scholarly record keeping. Cuneiform scholarship in which divination, magic, and medicine were integral parts of learned practice. This is their knowledge system. Shows the strong calculation and predictive traditions can exist without producing the later European synthesis of experiment and mathematical physics.
That's why it's important to the Needleman question. Greece. You can skip Greece. You can go to China. Go to China.
Okay, let's go to China. China, major technical achievements, bureaucracy-linked astronomy, calendric, and broad learned traditions. State, liturgy, and technical traditions with their own hierarchies of knowledge and different relationship between science and technology. Needham classic case. High achievements and continuity, yet no scientific revolution of the European type first emerged there.
See, you know, that's what you're gonna have to get to. You're gonna have to tell me that the golden age actually produced a scientific revolution. That's what I need for this conversation. All right. Then early modern Europe. All right.
You wanna?
We ain't got to read that.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, look, got all the sources on this documentation. All right. Contributes to the problem. Go ahead.
So, what each civilization contributes to the problem? Egypt. Egypt warns historians against simply projecting modern categories backward.
They keep doing it.
The Cambridge Research Guide emphasizes that ancient Egyptian records in medicine, mathematics, and astronomy are real and significant, but they must be understood through Egyptian concepts and institutions rather than through a modern disciplinary map. Egypt therefore demonstrates that practical sophistication and long textual continuity are not the same thing as a later scientific revolution.
You just stop right there, bro. And we go to China. And then to the bottom line. Read the China.
China is the classic site of the question. China is a classic site of the question because it combines major technical achievement, with a long and sophisticated learned tradition. The Stanford Encyclopedia notes that the problem is inseparable from defining science and its relation to technology. That is why historians increasingly treat the Needham question not as a narrow civilizational ranking exercise, but as a way to compare different knowledge systems and ask how, where, and why they change over time. Bottom line, Egypt shows that durable expertise is not enough. Mesopotamia shows that predictive and mathematical power are not enough. Crete shows that natural philosophy, which I talked about today, is not enough. China shows that technical brilliance and scholarly continuity are not enough. The Needham questions ask why Europe, rather than those earlier civilizations, produced a specific early modern transformation historians call modern science.
So I'm gonna leave that right there, right? So that's what that is, man. That's the format. They go all the sources. Leave that up on the screen for y'all. And I just think at that point, man, look, yeah, I don't even know why anybody want to fight that. But they still fight that. It's all gravy. Anonymous, you want to end with something? No closing statements. Frame. Hey Zan, what's up? That's a document I produced right there, yo.
Okay.
You can't hear. Yeah, I got you, Zan. That's a Needleman question. How you say it? Needleham or Needle? How you say it? So I say Needleham. Am I saying it wrong? Needham?
Needham, yeah, just Needham.
Is it Needham?
Yeah,
I don't
Needham.
believe you. I'm tired of y'all too. I'm tired of y'all too. Needham. Really?
Yeah.
I need them. I definitely need them.
It's a Needham problem.
Oh shit. Wow. Yeah, that Needham question is a serious question. And that's what broke it for me. When I understood that, hey man, you could reach high level in civilization, you know what I'm saying, but still not have science, that's when I was comfortable. That's when I knew it wasn't a European thing. See, that there has to be something that you can comprehend and it bring you there. You get that? Like for me, I was like, oh, anybody coming here act like, oh, they trying to reduce that. All that stuff we hear, that ain't true. Because they got a whole question around that.
You have scholars like Francesca Rosberg and a whole movement of new historians of science that are exactly reframing the narrative. So you're not hearing them talking about ancient science no more. They're talking about the knowledge system,
right.
and not separating the mythology out of it. It is all part of their way of gaining knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And you see where the limitations are presented in these different systems, right? And that is why methodological naturalism is so paramount. It is a defining way of thinking. And that system proves its success by becoming universal.
Go ahead, Preem. Go ahead, Preem.
Yeah, it is. I've been bouncing in and out, but I did catch a lot of what Cedric was saying, and quite honestly, that was the perfect summation of what we've been trying to say the whole time. It's a group effort. Everybody contributed, but you can't say that or I ain't even gonna call it remedial because that has a negative connotation. All of the early attempts are the same thing as the final result. It's just that doesn't fit just logically. That doesn't fit just the way the world that as we understand it works. Everything evolves over time. And something like science, it's not going to evolve in a lifetime or two or a century or two. It's literally taken millennium for us to gather all of this knowledge. You know what I mean? So the fact that if you're a blackologist and you want to make yourself better, tell yourself that they was the last ones to get civilization, so they the ones that got the baton last or something like that. But going back in time and making us, you know what I mean, making what we did or what our ancestors did, the same as the modern thing, you do injustice to both, because especially to us, because the one thing you do is you get us saying it's okay to be behind, because if we go into the world trying to use the methods from the House of Wisdom or the methods from ancient Egypt, we will be fucking lost. And pardon my language, but I had to say that we will be fucking lost. So don't front like that's just the epitome of what needs to be done. They not using it for a reason. It had its time and its time has passed, and that's period.
So yeah, you see the question up there, Grant.
Yeah, emphatically yes. And there's no evidence for a celestial being. And I think one of the things that is the effects of the ignorance of our community are those who still believe something that truly isn't helpful or useful. And so you can believe a book written by Bronze Age goat herders all you want. And by the way, I will fight for your right to believe whatever you want. And I'm an advocate for you. And I will always ensure that you have a disadvantage in this world, because as long as you're reading that as a coherent set of rules to live yourself by, to align yourself with the most masochistic groups of people who align themselves with liars and cheaters, who steal the money of their congregants and give them nothing back, who lavish themselves with gifts and mansions and cars and boats and planes, and shroud yourselves in flags and religiosity and nationalism. Sure, by all means. But unfortunately, that doesn't lead to being great. It actually leads to something far darker. It allows for you to give away your brain. It allows you to give away the idea of your own thought. And therein lies the problem, that you're relying on supposed books. And what I find the irony of it is the constant bombardment in the chat about people reading Google for their information, while you find yourself reading a Bible that clearly has many of contradictions. And oftentimes those who use it as a hammer blow against the modern world often misinterpret it completely. So yes, I will stand in the face of the tyranny of those who believe the unbelievable. And I will just remind you, I'm as atheistic as you are with all the other religions in the world. I just happen to grab your God and throw it in the same bag. And so if you think about that in that same way, you would be less likely to believe that you have stumbled onto some prescient knowledge all by yourself. I mean, you're a Christian because you happen to be born in a Christian nation, correct? You were born in the West. Had you not been born here, you could have been Buddhist, you could have been Hindu, you could have been any number of things. It's just luck. And if you think that somehow you found your religiosity because someone spoke to you, we often put those people in mental homes with their voices. I mean, so it isn't something to be proud of, unfortunately. And by and large, the spookiness of it all can leave us to be as unscientific. And you can hear it in this desire for, in how we talk about science. And I think that's the unfortunate part about it. I think if we were less tethered to a religion that was foisted onto us at the end of a bayonet, and that was forced in a way that was so brutal, that we're so tethered to it, while it uses all of its energy to destroy us in this country, you have to be a mad person. And that is the crazy part. I mean, you can sit and walk into a church and you can hear the most vile stuff they say about people under the guise of we're nationalists under God. All the while, these are the group of people who are trying every bit of all they can to erase us from the face of this earth. and you sit there smiling and going along with it. I mean, what kind of shackles do you have, correct? You're claiming that we're having shackles of science, but you fortified your brain from even thinking that you're sitting in the den of the leopards and they're eating your face all the while you say that this was meant for me. Oh Lord, we are your chosen. I can't think of a more absurd way of thinking about the world. Now, while the rest of the world is running towards the hills of enlightenment and science, we still have large contingencies of African Americans who are still stuck in churches, hoping that they can pray to Jesus so they can have a parking space at Walmart. These are not the sort of skills you want in the future, and they will be very damaging to African Americans going forward. I'm not saying you can't have a system in which you believe in God and you want to have a sense of being sincere and being thoughtful to others. If I knew for a fact that you were living the life of Jesus, the one that talked about feeding the poor, sure, I'm all in for you. But I highly doubt the version of your Christianity or beliefs in God has anything to do with kindness, and it has everything to do with vengeance. And on that note, I say no, thank you. And so I refuse to go along with it.
Yeah, I see you, man. I see you, G.
What he said.
I see how you did that. Man, we're gonna close on that with that beautiful speech right there. Appreciate you, Grant. You know, we always appreciate your participation right here, man. We appreciate you in the server. We appreciate you, Cedric, in the server. Preem, appreciate you in the server. It actually stimulates our discord, having different ideas coming into focus. I think it's important to attack that. As African Americans, we seem to feel marginalized at times, and I get it. We also feel inferior. That's not the case. Because even in the advent of modern science, you always had African Americans participating in it. You had continental Africans participating in it. We're going to bring that out. But your focus shouldn't be that. If you need something black to really understand something, that's a problem. That shows your lack of maturity. That does not mean that you have forgotten where you came from and how you got here. Doesn't mean that. That means that you are mature enough to accept the world on the world's terms. That you are mature enough to understand your circumstances and make no excuses. That you are mature enough to stand and fight the ignorance that would even have you in slavery in the first place. So I appreciate the show, man. Appreciate everybody that came through. It was one of them Friday shows, man. It ran into Saturday. It's all good every day, man. Man, moderators, drop that link in the server, man. You know we're going to close that server after we get a certain amount of people in there, man. We don't want 100,000 people in there. Want to be able to continue to test out ideas on the world stage, man. You know what they say, man. Once you open your mouth, you didn't put your ideas out there in the world. When you put your ideas out there in the world, be ready to be challenged. Yeah, I see you in there, Vortex. You are an intelligent designer. At that point, you're automatically eliminated from the conversation. You're not only an intelligent designer, you're a blackologist, but you're a blackologist fighting supporting white Christian nationalist ideology that lost in court. Crazy work right there, man.
With a sprinkle of conspiracy theory on top.
Yeah, that's crazy work, man. Crazy work. But yeah, man, we appreciate the whole discourse, man. Y'all already know what it is, man.
Tomorrow we back at you.
Yeah, hey Cedric, I'm gonna go ahead and
tomorrow I'm back at you. I got methodological naturalism already lined up in the shotgun. Y'all ain't getting away.
Let them get away. Hey, Preem, you said there was some work you wanted to put together about the Islamic thing. That's what you said, didn't you? What you said?
I definitely could, because we need the because they seem to be stuck on that, and I think I could tie that into like the exact. I could, kind of pick. Cedric kind of killed it tonight, though. I ain't gonna lie. But what I want to do is I want to focus in on that House of Wisdom, and I want to showed the steps in the scientific method that he didn't go through, and why, you know what I mean, why we saying it's a difference. As great as he was, without trying to minimize his contributions.
Oh man, y'all open a can of worms. When Chills get ready and we start to dig into the actual philosophers, we're setting the framework. But y'all want this? Y'all want this? So we going all the way in. And y'all feelings gonna get hurt more and more and more. Every argument y'all got is fallacious. When we talk about the areas that these things happen in, doesn't mean a singular ethnicity. Everyone, all these scholars from all over the world was coming to these specific places. Y'all got so much blows for your coming, y'all gonna not know what's coming. Every argument y'all had is fallacious. Every
Hey man, hit that damn cash app going out the door, yo. We gave y'all a long series show here, man. Make sure y'all support the debates, man. That's going down, man. It's the Bible, the Word of God. That's funny, man. We got 2 continental Africans getting it in at this point.
Here we go.
Wow. If that's not Exhibit A for
Exhibit A. Exhibit A.
That's Exhibit A for, you know what I mean?
Exhibit A.
I ain't even gotta say it.
2 continental Africans, man, you know, shared experience and, you know, representing understanding of their worldview, man. It's deep. That's why it's gonna be a good one, man. I think it's Sunday, right? I think that's Sunday. Mm-hmm. Man, make sure you be there, man. Be there. They say be there, be damn square, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Appreciate everybody. Big up to all the pseudo killers, man. Man, I know what it is, man. Man, y'all enjoying the powerful Atheist Friday, man. You know how we do it, man. What I want to get out of here with, man. I think I want to get out of here with let's see. How we doing it?
Don't forget to like the show, leave a comment, help with the algorithm, let it get us to 5,000 subscribers. Like the show, leave a comment in the chat.
Yeah, I gotta make sure y'all like and subscribe, yo. What we doing? The Lord niggas. That's how we doing that, man. Nah. Let's just stay literate, man. Man, stay literate, y'all.
Stay literate. Teachers teaching. Lack of knowledge, it's a deficit. Why don't you get with it? Can you get with it? Monumental task without it. Why not get with it? Niggas get having fits and never a quick fix. Trick doing tricks for preacher in the pulpit. The religious think science to be a trick, but it's a religious trick. Pull out a blick, pray to Jesus, but still selling bricks. You still don't get it. You're still with it. Now you're in deficit. So what can science fix? Can't fix your ignorance. Your constant belligerence keeps y'all in the trick. In the trick. That's just content. You stay a cat. What we do with that? We teach the teacher's teacher. Call cap on the preacher. If this was knowledge, you're in the bleachers. The pseudo slick, producing magic tricks. It's all a trick. Back to not reaching you. We the teacher's teacher. Calling cap on the preacher. The grifter thirsting with as a grift. There's no listing. The tide is shifting. We practice steam. We are lift. It's a polished gift. So what can science fix? Science can't fix your ignorance. Your constant belligerence keeps y'all in the trick. Still in the trick. That's just content. You stay a cat. No time for the grift. We killing pseudo, no that's lit. Shit stay lit. We never quit. Not one bit the literacy is lit. Killing them with the science shit. Whoa. Teachers teaching. Call cap. Stay lit. Steve. Lift.
Man, we stay lit. keep hitting them with the science shit. I'm your host, Bobby Banger. Man, hit that Cash App going out the door, man. Show some love today, man. Man, we pushing forward your innovations, man. Bringing literacy, scientific literacy to the community, man. Right in the damn middle of the conscious community. We stand alone. I'm your host, Bobby Banger. And with that, like, subscribe, keep us in the algorithm. With that, we out.